right. Hey, welcome back, everybody. Welcome to the end of the week. We've made it. Now we're here for some network automation goodies. So thanks for everyone for joining. We'll get started in just a couple of minutes. A couple things have changed. My Windows virtual machine that we've been working from, it is almost on its deathbed. Microsoft gives a certain amount of time. I think it's like 90 days, might be 60 days, to play around with their pre-built, pre-packaged virtual machines. And that time has arrived. I'm pretty sure it must be 60 days because we started this right at the end of December. So yeah, that sounds about right, about 60 days. It's not enough time to play around in a virtual machine environment. So what we'll do instead is we're going to be working from a new machine, a Linux distribution of Kali Linux. And this is going to be our developer environment. We're going to try it out. We're going to see how well it turns out. It may be great. It may be a disaster, but it will always be entertaining. Okay. Let me get my streaming situation all set up here. No connection. That's not good. It should be connected. All right, well, just do it live. Let me get some additional airflow in here. It's nice and chilly outside. It's like in the 30s. It's my favorite weather. So I'm gonna bring some of it on in. There we go. All right. So today's session is going to be targeted towards a specific request that we had from one of our customers. The customer is relatively new to Python, and they want to have a Python script that will allow them to manage some very basic configuration settings on the firewall, specifically address objects and the entry of address objects inside of an address object group, which would then be associated to a security policy. The idea at the end of the day is have something that can automatically create entries within a security policy, depending on some type of event taking place. So the idea at the end of the day would be that some type of automation or some type of system would kick this Python script off and magically provision the firewall to their needs. So pretty cool. We have a lot of different ways to explore how to do this. And I think we'll have enough time to explore all of them. Again, we're only going to be focusing on this from like a Python perspective, just because that's what the customer is using. But this could also be done with Golang. This could also be done with Terraform. Let's get some more air back in here. There we go. All right. So let's see. Where are we at? Desktop. There we go. Okay. So again, working from a Kali Linux desktop environment here. Whoopsie daisy. And there's a few things that I need to have set up. Now, I'm working from Linux. You don't have to work from Linux. If you would like, you could do this from Windows. You could do this from Mac OS. Again, with my situation, I'm on a Windows host for right now, so I'm pretty kind of limited as far as what I can actually deliver this on. So we're going to be doing this through a Linux virtual machine. The distro doesn't matter, but in case you're curious, it's based on Ubuntu 22. No, it's not. This is a Kali Linux. Sorry. Let's look at this. Host name CTL. This is a virtual machine. It's based on Kali Linux, running a 6.0 kernel. Bleeding edge, baby. Nothing but the bleeding edge over here. A 0.0 release of the kernel. So we might run into quite a bit of bugs, but hopefully we'll be in good standing. So again, the use case for today is create address objects, assign those address objects into a address object group on a firewall. That group would be associated to a policy that enables the dynamic type of entries of addresses within the firewall policy. So let's start off by just visiting our browser. How do I visit a browser? Here we go. There we go, and pan office hours. All right, so let's visit a firewall here. Let's look at Dallas Virtual Firewall 01. Redtail.com. Just kidding. HTTPS. And oh, maybe it might be the wrong name there. There we go. Okay. Now the first place that I start in my journey here is disable dark mode. Just for a second. Let's turn this off. There we go. And our username is pan office hours. Palo Alto 1 exclamation point. There we go. Now, the very first place that I visit is within the actual firewall GUI itself. What you can do is you can effectively browse to the documentation that's available on every firewall. And I'll do that by duplicating my tab here and type in /API. And this is going to allow us to browse the XML API. Now there's another set of API endpoints on here that are also available through REST. We'll look at that just in a second. But through here, I can navigate around the XML structure and figure out how I can achieve the job that I need to for success. Before we go down this route, what I should do is I should start off in Visual Studio Code with just, do I have code on here? I do, okay. So Visual Studio Code, let's just mark everything as done. I'm going to create a new file and we'll just call this overview.md, and we'll save this in a new directory. We'll call a directory called dev, and we'll make a yeah, we'll just paste it here for now. That's fine. And here, what we're going to do is we're just going to highlight the various different ways that we're going to build this automation. Let's see, Python script to automate address objects. Cool. I write everything in Markdown or YAML, so that's why I've added the little # or hashtag to the first line here. So the various different methods, let's start talking about this first. We have the XML API, and you can interact with the XML API in a couple of different ways. One is through HTTP. The other is through like a programming language, which then effectively uses HTTP to interact with the XML API. But when you work with the XML API, what you need to know is that it's everything is based in XML. So if you're more comfortable with something like JSON, or if you've never worked with XML before, it can seem maybe a little bit intimidating at first. We'll see this firsthand. I don't work a tremendous amount with XML, so we'll see if I run into any pitfalls and how I get around them. In addition to this, we have REST API endpoints. These are dedicated configuration URL endpoints that enable us to manage very specific parts of a device's configuration. This is built within JSON, so you send JSON, you get JSON data structured back. There are a couple of limitations. We'll talk about those when we get to them. But for now, just keep that in mind that we'll also be exploring REST API endpoints. There's also the PanOS Python. This is our official SDK. And you can think of an SDK, if you've never worked with one before, as kind of just like an easy button for interacting with an API within a specific programming language. So we have a SDK for Python. We have another one for Golang. We have one for PHP. And so, again, this use case, we're going to be using Python. But at the end of the day, you can think of the PanOS Python SDK as something that's really geared towards presenting like an object-oriented configuration for the firewall It basically maps out the XML structure into Python classes. That's not exactly what happens, but you can think of it just like that. And then from there, you can build your configuration. The SDK would not be something that you use to like pull information out of the box, like maybe state information, but it is very, very good at doing config. And let's see, what else we got here? PanOS Python. And we'll also look, I guess, at Ansible. We'll do something in Ansible as well, since that's also technically just Python at the end of the day. So about these methods, let's talk about some of the strengths and weaknesses here. So strengths, this is, we'll say that it is full API capability, meaning that you can effectively do anything that you need to with the XML API. There's no real limitations as far as what it is that you can do. The XML API is how the operating system itself interacts with the firewall. So if you're using like the command line interface, if you're using the GUI, surprise, those things are actually just interfacing with the XML API at the end of the day. It just provides a different layer of abstraction. I guess that would be probably the only strength I'll mention for now is just that it's effectively can do everything. Some of the weaknesses, and this isn't necessarily a weakness of the API. It's more of a weakness for those of us that are kind of exploring automation, and this is a new entry for us within our career. We may have not gone to school for automation, and so a lot of people that I talk to when they're in this kind of beginner phase, they find that XML is kind of complicated. Kind of, right? We'll be professional here. We'll say it's just kind of, it is kind of complicated. There's, again, XML it's not just a data format like JSON is. XML has all kinds of different tools that are available for it. Things like XPath and XML style sheets and XML schema definitions. There's all these various components within XML. XML can actually be used as a scripting language within itself. So XML is extremely powerful. Actually, I'll put that back up here as one of its strengths. XML is extremely powerful. XML provides many great tools like XML style sheets, XSLT, XPath. XPath helps you navigate to a very specific spot within an XML configuration, kind of like a query type of language, if you will. But the weakness is, again, it's kind of complicated. Another is the XML API has really unrestricted access to the box. And I guess I would mention this as both a strength and as a weakness. Again, it all depends on your perspective, but having like full access to the device's capabilities through an API is extremely powerful. The challenge becomes, well, we maybe we want to secure the API to say, hey, I only want these users to be able to do these types of functions with this API, and that capability just isn't there. So it doesn't have the role-based authentication that you would typically need within some tighter environments that have a lot of restrictions around that. Let's talk about the REST API endpoint strengths. Strengths here is that it's JSON, and JSON is, from my perspective, much easier to work with. The data structure looks a lot like a Python dictionary, and sometimes you can actually just literally copy a JSON payload and have it translate into a Python dictionary, because it's just like nothing needs to change. And so working with JSON is arguably a little bit easier than working with XPath. Some of its, let's see, there's a strong role-based authentication. So talking about some of the authentication challenges around the XML API. In this case, it's quite the opposite. The REST API endpoints they have a strong RBAC control. So within PanOS, within the panorama, we have the option of saying which users or which groups of users can use which specific API endpoints. How about the Ansible module you were writing in the last stream for Prisma Access? Yeah, so good question. I was able to make a lot of really good progress on it. I'm quite happy with that. Let's take a sneak peek here. Prisma Access Ansible collection. I feel like this is coming along quite well. Let's move to Galaxy Ansible. And I think I released like three new modules over the last week. C.65. There we go. So yeah, released quite a bit. So 1, 2, 3, 4 new modules shipped within the last week. And so I feel like I've made pretty good progress on this. In addition to just address objects and groups and tags, I also added the ability to build IKE gateways, IPsec tunnels, and service connections within Prisma Access. Got full examples within the GitHub repository if you're interested in it. I definitely have some ambitions on making this, working a little bit more on this. Specifically, I want to have a commit operation included inside of here. So the ability for the modules to actually push the commit. One of the things that I also spent a lot of time on was kind of refactoring the code just a bit. I took all the authentication that was within each module, and I created a separate module utility that handles all the authentication. So got to strip out quite a bit of code from each of the modules, which is always a nice relief. And I worked on standardizing documentation, standardizing, alphabetizing everything. Probably spent a little bit more time than I should have on that. But yeah, overall, I'd say I'm pretty happy with the way that this is going. We will probably continue next week, but rest assured, there's still going to be quite a bit of effort on this off stream because it's just a personal hobby of mine. Hi, XML doesn't have unrestricted access to the box. I have tested version 8 and 9. You can't kick off and upgrade XML. They fix it in version 10.0. XY is good to see you back. I was hoping to get an update from you on that. So yeah, we ran into a challenge with the upgrade process. We did that last stream as well, where there's some kind of issue, and I don't work in engineering. I don't work in tax, so I don't know all the details here. But there's some kind of issue to where a user would need to be in like what was it, the super user group, in order to have permissions to perform the upgrade. So you say that was remediated. We didn't run into the problems on my stream because I was using version 10 and above. But as a rule of thumb, you can look at this as, again, XML API. There's no role-based authentication that takes place on that. It is, and it should be, full API access capability. So I do recognize that there was a challenge with your upgrade process, but that is, as you mentioned, that might have been a bug, but that should not be the standard going forward. And I'll probably keep running into problems like these, so please keep bringing them up. My time here at Palo Alto is still quite limited, so I've got some things to learn on my side as well. So weaknesses of the REST API endpoint is that there's limited capability. Now, let me be clear on that. It doesn't mean that there's just like a handful of things that you can configure. There's a lot of things that you can configure through the REST API endpoints. We'll definitely look at that as well. But you're not going to have full system-wide operation from the REST API endpoints themselves. They are laser focused on managing security configuration. So you wouldn't be able to use the REST API endpoints to like reboot a firewall or perform an upgrade or to download dynamic packet captures or anything like that. So the REST API, there's some weaknesses to it. Also, and we'll run into this one. This is something that I ran into just about a week ago. Patch operations, patch being a type of REST method that we can, an API call method that we can make to the box. Patch operations are not supported from what I've seen. And this will be a challenge that we run into when we look at, we have an existing address object. We have an existing address group and we want to add a new object into that group. The difference here between put and patch is that if patch was supported, we would just be able to say, hey, address group, here's your new entry, and boom, you'd be done with it. But since patch isn't supported, but put is supported, the difference is that we would have to, in a put message, push the entire desired state of the JSON payload. So we would have to construct what the full product looks like and put that in the put message and then push that to the API. Or else what will end up happening, if you just use a put with a single entry in there, it will remove everything that's not within your JSON body. So just something to be aware of. Let's see what we got. Thanks. Excited to learn writing custom Ansible modules. Awesome. And I'm glad to hear it. I was getting the impression that not too many people were excited to see that. And I understand their reasons for it, right? So I know some people are interested in building Ansible modules. Some people will just have like no inclination or desire to build those things. So it's good to hear that some people are interested in that. We'll definitely continue, just not today. Okay, correction. You can kick off the upgrade with XML API in version 8 and 9, but you need local super user and you can't do it with role-based authentication user. Okay, good to go. Good to go. Keep those. Like I'm personally invested in your experience with upgrading from version 8 and 9. So please keep me updated on that one. The Python SDK, the strengths. It gives you object-oriented configuration of the firewall. So basically what we'll have is we have all these different class objects that we get to import and create new instances of the class objects. So if you're familiar with working with data classes or just object classes within Python, the SDK is going to feel right at home for you. Let's see, strengths, that's a strength. There's like a consistent workflow that within the SDK. So we'll look at that. It supports both PanOS and Panorama. So you can use the same SDK for both without changing too many different things. Obviously, Panorama has a couple of more constructs like templates and device groups that you have to consider, but the SDK knows how to handle both of those types of things. The weaknesses, well, you're not going to be able to use this. Cannot be used to retrieve state information. So similar to the REST API endpoints, state information. There we go. Similar to the REST API endpoints, this is laser focused on config, which is fine for our use case. But if you find yourself in a situation where you need to pull out, where you need to manipulate the config and you need to pull out data, like how's the health of my power supplies, how's the status of my interface, is it up, is it down, is BGP working, that type of operational state data is not going to be accessible through the SDK. So there's just something to keep in mind here. I don't know if this is really a weakness, but you must know Python. That might be an obvious one, but I'll just go ahead and point that out. If you're uncomfortable with Python, or if you're brand spanking new to Python or programming, the SDK might not be a very good place for you to start with. We'll look at taking some of the examples from the first two using the XML API and the REST API. Both of those operations will be taking over HTTP. We'll show you how to convert those into a Python script. If you're a beginner, that's probably one of the easier places to go to just maintain the health of your script. But if you're kind of in that middle, I guess we call it like a journeyman type of skill set around Python, then the SDK might be right up your alley. So we'll take a peek at that. And Ansible, you know, I can't have a live stream without doing any Ansible. So we'll talk about the strengths of Ansible is that it uses the Python SDK for making config changes. The Ansible can also be used to pull state and operational data from the device. It supports both Panorama and PanOS, so the same exact modules will work for whatever your environment is. If it's Panorama or if it's the direct firewall itself, same exact module will work. The only difference is you got to remember that the management platform has a couple of different things to keep in mind, like templates and device groups and that sort of thing. It's multi-threaded. This is something that I will always point out. This is important when you're operating at a scale of more than, like, let's say 3 firewalls. The multi-threading in Python is not something that's very beginner friendly. Let's talk about the problem and why multi-threading is really important first, if you're new to this world. So Python itself is single-threaded and single CPU bound, which effectively means that if we're executing a script against 10 devices, that script will execute against device 1, wait to get some kind of response, and then move on to device 2, wait for a response, move on to device 3, etc., etc. There are performance, that's a huge performance constraint, right? Python does not, natively within Python, it does not know how to handle the same task against multiple devices at the same time. That's where something called multi-threading comes into play for us. The idea is that our Ansible module will be able to execute against X amount of devices at the same time. That X value is something that we can set. In the Ansible world, they call it forks. I'm sure there's a good reason for it. I don't know. But regardless, Ansible handles that for you. So if you're playing around with Python and you got pretty good at it, you got some scripts working, but you're noticing that there's some serious performance challenges just around the fact that, you know, you're going in a very serial fashion, and you looked at multi-threading with some of the other popular libraries out there, and you're like, I don't know how to do this, consider looking at Ansible, because it will kind of handle all that multi-threading for you as well. Also, it has the opportunity for dynamic inventory. So instead of like statically listing all your devices, you can say, hey, Ansible, talk to this remote, talk to ServiceNow, or talk to Nautobot, or talk to Netbox, and get a list of the devices. This will prevent you from having to statically maintain a file of all of your devices and their IP addresses. So a lot of good value in there. Obviously, the big one here, it's completely multi-vendor. So I think I don't remember. Last time I counted, there was hundreds of different vendors that are supported. So good chance that Ansible's got something for you. Weaknesses about Ansible. I would still say performance. It comparatively speaking to software that languages that are written or that are compiled into an executable, something like a Golang or Terraform. Go has this thing called Go routines, which effectively allows it to do kind of what we were talking about with the multi-threading in Python is that it enables it to execute extremely fast against a lot of different devices, and it makes it extremely valuable from that perspective. Hello, Atash. Do Ansible PAN modules use SSH or HTTP API? They do not use SSH. So to be technically correct, they use the Python SDK, but the Python SDK uses the HTTP API. So to date, I think the only network vendors that use SSH, at least the ones that I can remember, and where I'm really going, this was like the idea of screen scraping SSH commands and stuff. Cisco still does it. I know that they have RESTconf support, but I'm pretty sure all of their modules are still based on either NetMiko, or Ansible has a network CLI that again is just an SSH scraper. Juniper technically uses SSH, but it actually uses the netconf API over SSH. So you still get like fully transactional. You still get to work with structured data. It's still XML, but it just operates over SSH. So it's a little bit different than the Cisco world, because again, it's just focusing on APIs. In our case, the Python SDK will consume the HTTP API itself. I think it just uses the built-in URL lib library, or it might use request. Well, we can take a look at that if needed. Okay. Any weaknesses? More weaknesses with Ansible. I would say this is a strength and this is a weakness. Love for YAML. Like, you've got to have some strong love for YAML. This is a weakness in my eyes because it's difficult to do logic operations inside of YAML. So to clarify, YAML is just a data format, just like XML, just like JSON, right? There's it's white space indented, and it's very clean and easy to maintain, but it's very difficult to get YAML to add logic, like to do loops in the YAML, to do it if this or then that type of thing. It's just the data format was never built to handle those types of things. To their credit, Ansible has done some tremendous work in getting some basic logic rolled into YAML, but it can get a little clunky, and it can be a little convoluted as to how to solve certain issues. So you've got to have a real strong love for YAML, but most people do. I don't see too many people. I see a vocal minority of people complain about YAML, and it's mostly those that manage Kubernetes, because Kubernetes is completely built off of YAML for almost everything. And so people start to roll their eyes after your YAML file is like 200 lines long. Any other weaknesses with Ansible? No, I don't really think so. I think it's pretty stellar. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started here. Let's start off by looking at the XML API. Let's go ahead and save this document. And what I'm going to do as well, before we look at that XML API, I need to download something. I need to download Postman. Now, you don't have to have Postman, but I find that when I'm working with a REST API, there's really nothing better than Postman. It's completely free, cross-platform, all the good things that we love in this world. So let's go ahead and just download this guy. And I've never installed it on Linux. I hope it's not going to be an embarrassing moment for me where I try to unsuccessfully install this, but we'll see. Look at downloads, Postman, okay. And all right, good. So change into my downloads directory, and I've got two files here. One of them is my Postman that I just downloaded. Let's unzip that thingy here. And it looks like it's the full app, just Running as pack files, maybe. Let's see. All right. Do I just unzip it and go about my day? There we go. Oh, they actually have a shell script. Let's use that instead. All right, so I'm going to remove the Postman directory that we just unzipped, and I'm just going to run this install script here. All right, that should be good. How does the terminal look? Can you guys read that? Just curious. I'm using some muted colors on it, so I don't know if it comes through really well, but let me know if that's difficult to read. I don't know why I can't open your GitLab. Oh, shoot. Well, I'll tell you why. I'm pretty sure it doesn't exist anymore, my friend. This is one of my, talking about strengths and weaknesses, this is definitely one of my weaknesses. I have like this weird inclination to like restart all of my social media accounts every single year. And a couple of years ago, I did that with my source code repositories on GitLab. I migrated away from GitLab and moved over to GitHub. So if you have links to my old GitLab, I'm sorry. I don't know how to nuke them from the internet. I'm no longer on GitLab. This right here is my personal GitHub. You'll see almost all of my work going into there. For these sessions, these live streams, let's see, I've got a dedicated user account called Pan Office Hours, and it looks like this. So all of the code that we do here on the automation live stream, including today's work, it gets uploaded into here. I'm trying to create some type of separation from my professional world and my my spare time with you guys. So sorry for the confusion. This is something I'm well known for, just being really confusing as to what my usernames are and where I'm at. But hopefully that helps. If there's something from the previous GitLab that you're looking for, let me know. I saved all those folders. That was back when I was at a different employer. So almost everything back then was focused around Juniper. If you need any of that stuff, let me know, and I'll upload it probably to this repo for you guys. All right. Okay. So we got Postman, right? It says that it's been, oh, the Postman CLI. Those aren't the droids we're looking for. We want the actual full-blown thingy. Let's see. Where did you go? Sure enough, that is for the CLI. Try the web version. All right, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to unzipping that folder after all, and we will try to find the executable within here. It looks like it's right there. So let's see. Let's say Postman. Oops. Postman/Postman. Does that load the thing? It does. Wonderful. Okay. So what I want to do is I'm going to close that out. I don't want to issue this from the command line. So instead, I will move that directory into, it's a good place. I guess user bin, user local bin. Oh, we already have. All right, doesn't matter. We'll just execute it from here, and we'll move it around. I don't want to spend 30 minutes trying to troubleshoot CLI stuff. So, all right. So here's Postman. I think this is one of my favorite tools out there. I'm going to disable SSL certification right off the bat because my firewalls are not using a signed certificate from a CA, so I need to disable that. I'm also going to disable the dark theme just for the live stream because I think it's harder to read the dark whenever you're reviewing it on someone else's computer. I'm also going to pump it up just a bit. There we go. And let me sign in here. Wrong browser. Let me close this. Close. I want to sign in with another account. Let's sign in with this one. Check to see. Doesn't look like it's happy. Close tab. All right, we'll try that again. Oh. I said we're gonna have problems, and we're having problems. GPU memory buffer support. Not good. Not good, not good. Not sure what I did on that one. Downloads, Postman. Failed with unknown libva. So it looks like it's unhappy with the GPU buffer. Well, then let's do this. Let's log out and we'll log back in. Just a second, everyone. Boy, here we go. I really like GitLab because it has more storage than GitHub. You know, I agree with you. I think that there's a lot of really great things about GitLab. I'm going to reboot my VM here for a second, so sorry. One of the things I really like about GitLab is I like their CI/CD pipeline. I think it's excellent. It's well established. It came out years before GitHub had something, and I think they really knocked it out of the park. I also like the fact that GitHub allows you to create folders and structure your projects around that type of different path directory structure. I really wish GitHub would have done something like that. Personally, I spend way too much time organizing files and folders and stuff, and and GitLab is very accommodable for that. Wow. Okay. Well, even rebooting the box doesn't fix the problem. You can tell I've been working on Windows for a while, because my first thing to solve a problem is to reboot it. Let's try this one more time. Actually, let's ask our friends on Google. Let's say best way to install Postman on Ubuntu. And this is a pretty good site. Let's see here. Just give me the goods. Okay. We can use snaps. So snaps are like an alternative to some of the package management. Oh, I don't have snaps installed. What else you got? Snappy, snappy, snap. That wasn't what I was looking for. Let's do Geeks for Geeks. Let's try that. Okay, here we'll install snaps first. Fine. We won't use that. I'll use Flatpak instead. Oops. So it looks like the problem here is that these directories are not in the search path. So we need to restart our session yet again. Very well. Boy, starting off with all the problems right out of the gate. That's what makes these so fun, though. Let's see. Postman, why are you so hard? What's going on here? There should be just like an apt install Postman or a Debian package. Snaps don't seem to be working. Let's look. Let's figure one of these out. Wow. Okay. I'm wondering if there's a possibility that I can find another problem to run into. There we go. Okay, so here, okay, they're moving the files into user bin directory, which is kind of interesting. Okay, we'll try this. I think we're still gonna have the same GPU issue. Snap the unavailable. Let's try this. Snap Postman. Ping google.com is DNS. Nope. DNS is not the issue. Fine. All right. Then let's move into downloads. Let's tar that file again, and we'll say the output will be into user bin. Oh, of course, permissions issue. There we go. All right, and according to the docs, we just need to add it to the path. I don't know why we have to do that. I think it should work without. Which Postman? No, it didn't. ls user bin Postman. Okay. So my shell is Z shell. All right, and at the very end of this file, I'm just gonna add. Let's see. All right. So what effectively I've done is I've decompressed the zip file, and I put them in a folder user/bin/postman. And I need to update my system to tell it to look in that directory whenever I execute this. Again, if you're on Windows, if you're on Mac, you're not going to have to deal with this kind of thing. This is just Linux-y type of stuff. So let's resource my config file. And now when I type in which Postman, it should come back. All right. So now we'll just type in Postman, and that should execute. There we go. All right. Let's try the sign on again and see if it wets the bed again on us. Let's close that out. Let's stick into here. Sign in. Oh, there we go. Okay. Sign in with Google. That's me. All right. Terrific. All right, so this is going to continue to run in the back. I'm just going to let it do its thing. All right, so here's Postman. Let's create a new workspace. We'll call this live stream. And the workspace is going to be where all of our API calls are stored within. So you can think of it kind of like a folder for all of your folders, if you will. So I've got the collection, or I've created the workspace. Now I need to create a collection. We'll call this PanOS. And I'll add some variables right now, because we'll use these variables when we make our API calls. First one will be username, and I will set that to pan office hours. And then we're going to have password. My password for my firewall in the lab is Palo Alto !1, I think. I'm hoping. And we'll also have something for API token, which we won't have a value for yet. We're going to need to make the API call to request the token. Okay, so hard stuff is done. Let's close out of these. Let's go back to our XML browser. So again, I just went to the actual URL of the browser, and then I typed in /API, and you get automatically redirected to this page right here. This is where you find all the documentation for the actual API calls needed to make in order to perform the task. All right, so under configuration commands, actually, let's back out. Let's look at operational commands. Nope. Yeah, I guess we'll stick at config. And let's look at devices, localhost, and look at, so we're wanting to work on the actual address objects and such. That's going to be within the vsys. So we'll select vsys1. As you can see, as I navigate down the documentation path for the config, the X path gets updated at the very bottom. And this is ultimately going to be what we need to include inside of our URL in order to, or inside of our API call to get the result that we're looking for. So here's our addresses. If I click submit right now, what I'm going to get is I'm going to get the API response of doing a request for a list of my current address objects. So let's take a look at that. Here I can see I've got an address object right here called Dallas WAN IP, another one for San Antonio WAN IP. Here's another address object. Here's one, and there's one. So I've got a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 address objects right now. Let's copy this. Actually, what I need to do is ask Google, hey Google, how to request API token for PanOS. There's no shame in Googling. Don't worry about it.
But I found something similar. Do you want to know how do I get an API access token?
No, Google, shut up. All right. So here we got some documentation on how to get the API call. Let me show you how to translate this into the world of Postman. It's super easy. What we're going to do is we're going to select all, and we're going to copy. We're going to move back over into Postman and open up the import function with Control-O. And from here, I'm going to go to raw text and then just paste in the curl command. Let's update the URL to say Dallas virtual firewall 01.redtail.com. And that should be good enough. And what's going to happen is Postman's going to import that command and structure everything in the way that you need right off the bat. So here we can see inside of the API call, we're being asked for a username and a password. Now, lucky for us, we had already created these as variables within our PanOS collection here. So let's save this API call. I'm going to save this as request new API token, and I'm going to save it in the PanOS collection. When I do that, the API call now has access to the variables that we had stored right up into here. So now I can just say username and password, and I can use them inside of my Postman request. So the way that I'm going to do that is just double curly braces, and you'll get a pop-up that'll say, hey, do you want to use the variable? And I'll say, yeah, use username there. And let's delete this one, double open brackets, and we get the password. All right, let's go ahead and save this, and then I'm going to send the request. And I got back invalid credential. Let me make sure those are Palo Alto. Let me try to log into the firewall because it looks like I got the wrong username and password. Let's just do a, no, that's fine. What is currently pending? Don't really care. Let me do a new window. Dallas Pan Office Hours Palo Alto 1 exclamation point. I got it backwards, don't I? I do. Okay, so the actual value is 1 exclamation point. All right. Now this should work. Let's give it a shot. Wonderful. Okay, so what we got back is a status code of 200, meaning that the request was successful. I'm going to go ahead and save this response just to have an example offhand. So if I ever need to reference how the API call is structured and what the payload looks like, I will always have an example here. So I like to save those examples, save the responses as examples. But what we really need to do is we need to take this and store this now as our API key. So the workflow is first create an API key and then use that API key for all of your subsequent API calls. So under variables, under API token, I will now stash that there. Save that. Okay, cool. Okay, so now we've got our API token. We can do everything that we need to now through Postman. So in this case, let's copy this full XML URI right here. Copy this, and let's make a new request. Oops, I forgot to add HTTPS Dallas Virtual Firewall 01 redtail.com. All right, and we will say this will be get list of current address objects. Hit save, and when we execute this, we're going to be told that we are passing an invalid credential because we are not passing a credential just yet. So come back over into headers and let's figure out how we should post this from here on out. There's going to be a header that we need to pass our API token into. So according to the documentation, this will be listed. Where is it? Oh, right here. xpan key. So inside of our headers, we're going to say the header a key of xpan key, and the value is going to be the API token that we registered earlier. When we issue this, there we go. We see all the stuff that we saw in the GUI, right? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 address objects. So really cool. Just like that, we're able to start making some API calls to the system to get data out of the XML API. The first step, and this is usually just like a one-time operation or as you see fit, is we need to have an API token. The way that we do that is we request the token by passing in our username and password here in the headers or the parameters. Once we have that token, we then use the token to authenticate whenever we do an actual operation against the XML API itself. All right, so if I wanted to create a new address object, what this would look like is let's duplicate this and we'll rename this. We'll say create new address objects, the singular. And I'm going to change the operation from a get. I'm going to change it to a post operation. The XPath I feel should stay the same. We'll know here soon enough. And I'm going to copy one of these as the entry and paste it here in the body as we're just going to say raw XML. There we go, and beautify this. Okay, let's remove that top line. Let's go ahead and call this test address object. And the IP, we're just going to pick our friendly 1.1.1. Description, this is a test. Tag, do I need a tag? Do I have any cool tags? Let's look. Under tags, I've got an automation tag, so we'll tag it with automation. All right, so without looking at the docs, I'm just going to fire this off and we'll see if we have success with this. It looks like we got a 200 that came back, but I do not see the new entry inside of here. So we need to make some changes. Okay, easy enough. First thing I want to do is I want to change the host name to another variable. So if I select the actual host name in Postman, I'll say set as variable, and we'll call this Dallas URL. And the scope will be within the PanOS collection. All right. And now I can update my other request as well. Dallas -URL, I think. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. Fire that off. We're good to go. Okay. So what we need to do now is we need to create a new entry within this list right now. The only thing I get out of here is my list. I'm not being able to create one. So let me look at my cheat sheet. Let's go back to Palo Alto and PanOS, and let's look at the XML copy. And let's see, the difference here is I need to post to the API, to the path itself, and entry name. Okay, so this time they're actually using a different form of URL encoded. I do need to pass a set and type of config. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this whole thing and I'm going to import it into our other collection, and we're going to use that as an example. So live stream, we're going to do an import, just paste this right here like that. We're going to make some modifications as needed. First thing I'm going to change is the URL. It's going to be Dallas-URL. This is going to be create new address object PanOS. We'll have another one for Panorama we'll look at just in a second. The body looks like this. Let's update token to be API token instead. We're going to pass a config type. We want to perform a set operation. We need to pass in the XML XPath. So let's grab what that was again, which is right here. XML XPath. Let's paste it in right there. And we also need to update the body. So we'll copy this and we'll paste it in right there. I'm going to go ahead and trim this up as well. So what we're looking at here is just another way of passing data through Postman into an API. Postman, you can either structure the body as raw data, or you can use a URL coded form, kind of like what we've got here. All right, let's see if this does the job for us. We got a 200 status code coming back saying the object was created. Let's get a list and see if that was the case. So closing out this one. Where is our Postman test? There we go. Right here. So we've got a new Postman created address. If we look back into the browser here, look at address objects, test address object 1.1.1.1. So that's effectively what we passed into this body. Oh, where'd you go? Right here. So entry name equals test address object. It was an IP of this. So this is just the XML file kind of concatenated down onto a single line. And that effectively created our address object as we see it right here. Now let's figure out how we can use this same workflow to update an address object group. So do I have any groups right now? I don't. Let's create a group and we'll call it bad people. Right? This is going to be all of our bad actors. And what we're going to do is we're going to stick anything that's in here. We're going to stick it into timeout from the policies perspective. I'm going to include inside of here, let's include the San Antonio WAN IP, just so that we have something inside of our address group. Now I'm going to create a policy, and we're going to say at the very top, oh, that's right. I wrote a script to automate the creation of security policies by using random words from the dictionary. So we got some really funny ones that came through. I guess we'll just put this at the top. Don't worry about any of these. These were just a test I was doing. All right, we're going to call this lock bad people. And the source is going to be any source. Destination is going to be, no, we're going to actually, the source is going to be the address group. So the source is going to come from the WAN IP. The addresses are going to belong to the group that we just created called bad people. Destination is anything. Application is anything. And the action, we're going to reject them. I think I'm going to, yeah, let's do a reset to the client. That's fine. And anything else? Nope, that's good enough. We'll go ahead and hit OK. Oh, and that moved it to the very bottom, didn't it? Let's move that to the very top. Let's say move to the top. All right. So we got the block bad people listed here with this address group. The address group has a single entry inside of it right now, which is the San Antonio WAN IP. What I want to do is I want to update this address group to now include our Postman test, our test address object. So we're going to follow the same operations that we did before by going to the XML browser. I'm going to go up a level. Let's try to move this a little bit over and looking at the address groups. So similar to before, I'm going to copy the XPath. I'm going to duplicate the GET request. I'm going to change a couple of things. I'm going to change the name to be address groups. And I'm also going to update the XPath to be this. Now, when I fire that off, I should get a list of the bad people. So we see that address object here listed, which is good. Let's go ahead and save that example. All right. Now, to update that entry, I'm going to duplicate the API call that we had for creating the address object. And I'm going to see if we can't use this to update existing address object or address group. The body, the things that are going to change, the XPath is going to be different. And the entry is going to be different here. So let's look at the current entries. Current entry, name, bad people. Okay, this is the address object, but looks like static is static member, and then the name of the member itself is what we need to do. Let me refire this one off. Let's see. Okay. After you commit it, a lot of the additional attributes like the name of who had created that object go away, and you get a much cleaner XML payload. So this is kind of what I'm looking for right here. So within here, let's see if we can copy this and paste it right. Paste it in between these entry tags. Just going to clean up some of this, remove some of the additional white space. Okay, let's give this a shot. Entry name. I feel like the entry name should be the San Antonio WAN IP. I don't feel like I should be passing the static member, but we'll see. Let me just remove this for now. Could not merge the target object and set handler. Okay, so it looks like I'm doing the wrong API call. Let's ask our friends on Google. Let's say update address object XML API NOS. Create. Let's just move to pan.dev since that's where the relevant information is from documentation. Let's disable dark mode and look at the APIs for PanOS. PanOS XML API. And here we go. Okay. This is for doing multiple lines. This is not really what I'm looking for. Oh, sorry guys. You guys been chatting all around, man. The GitHub open source software, advantage free, disadvantage setup as hell. Yeah, totally. Totally. The only thing that open source software costs is your time. And sometimes our time is pretty valuable. Is there any method to share Postman workspace with other Postman user? Yeah, like there's this, it happens upon, I think when you create your workspace, you can configure, yeah, like if a team can access it or if the public can access it. I've used the public before, but I'm really bad about always entering my passwords and API tokens in there. So before I go ahead and go down that route, I'd want to clean it up just a little bit. The screen is cropped and too small in font. Oh no. Is it too small in Postman? Is this? How bad is the crop? I don't see any crop on my viewer. Is there a benefit to having an API key instead of using basic authentication? It's going to happen one way or the other. The question is like if the API key is already created, then you're going to go straight to the API call, if I understand correctly. If you pass basic authentication, it's still going to do the I believe it's still going to generate an API token and use that. I might be wrong on that. So the accessibility for the endpoints is different due to different content types. How XML endpoint has full functionality and JSON doesn't. Pardon if I understand wrong. Or the endpoint's different from the XML API. Looks like XY JSON is REST API, and Palo Alto hasn't implemented the REST API fully yet. XML API is more mature. Sure. So the XML API is exposed over REST, right? So the full CRUD operations on the XML API are exposed over the REST endpoint. And that's what we see when we talk to /API. As you can see here, we're talking to /API. The difference is with the REST endpoints, it would say Dallas REST API docs, maybe, I think. Or maybe it's REST API doc, or it's just REST API. I think it is, right? I think it's REST API -doc. Yeah, so here you can see these are the dedicated REST API endpoints just for specific configuration objects. So like for creating addresses like we're doing right here, creating address objects. So anything that's like object or security config related is available through the dedicated REST API endpoints. It is a little confusing. Just try to keep in your mind, the XML is the backbone for everything. We expose it over HTTP, and that's what we've been using thus far. There's also dedicated REST API endpoints that speak JSON, and we'll get to that section next. And these, again, JSON in, JSON out, they're pretty straightforward and easy to consume. There's no XPath required for this, but you are limited based on what you can configure. It must be one of these options that are listed on the left-hand side, which is a pretty thorough list for the most part. But this is a big but. It's depending on the version of PanOS that you're using, right? So version 8, version 9 is going to look different than version 10. As the operating system iterates, more API endpoints are exposed. So just keep that in mind. Okay, so coming back over to here into the address object group. Let's see, is it in the documentation anywhere? Or can I just look at my cheat sheet again? Let me look back to my other, see, I've got to make an example here. These are all for get operations, not really what I'm looking for. It's fine, we'll do it the hard way. Let's look at pan config create. I know there's a way of doing it. It's just sometimes, man, sometimes when you're live streaming, your brain just completely turns to mush. Is there a way? Please share the collections publicly. Clear your creds before credit. Yeah, we'll do. Is there any method to share these? Yeah, Prisma. Yeah, okay, we gotcha. So I bumped up the font a little bit better. Hopefully you can see it. There's still some that's gonna get kind of cut off from the screen, but we'll see. So address objects entry. I wonder if it's not a post operation. Maybe I need to do. Could not merge with the set handler. So I think it's the set that I'm running into a problem with. Let's explore this together. PanOS XML API action options. There we go. Request type, we'll start there. Type keygen, so we used that one earlier. Type config, we're using that now. There's also commit, op, so an import and export. So these are the different types that you can have listed. In our case, we're manipulating the config, so we want to work on config. Let's look at the actions. Actions for modifying a configuration. All right, let's see if we can't. Okay. Action set is when we want to set the candidate config. I don't want to rename. I don't want to override, move. Okay. Set options, add, update, or merge configuration. While edit actions, replace configuration nodes. Okay, so set should be good. Set actions are non-destructive and are only additive, while edit actions can be destructive. Okay, good. Well, we want to use set, so what's the deal? What's the deal, man? Set address group. I think the problem I'm running at right now is that I'm talking to the address group API endpoint and I'm passing it just a single entry. Wonder if I need to structure the address group in there as well. I don't know. We'll test it out. We'll do it live, man. We'll do it live. Bad actors. Okay. This one was, what was the name of ours again? Test address object. Entry name, test address object. Right there. Description. Actors. Actually, static member. Set failed. May need to override template object. This is not a template object. This firewall is not a part of a template. It is not a part of Panorama. What am I doing wrong, guys? Big localhost vsys address object group XPath.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Shut up, Google. Let's remove address object, or the address group. And let's just focus on the entry itself. Command succeeded. Okay, well, let's ask for the list of address object groups. Okay, it did actually succeed. So what was different? What did we do? A couple of things. First of all, I didn't clean up the structure here within the header. Sorry about that, but hopefully it's a little bit easier to see. I'm passing in, I'm talking to the address group API XPath. I'm talking to the XPath that focuses on the address group. And I'm passing in this XML payload right here. I'm saying create an entry within the bad people and add this static member. The member is the name of our object. And it looks like we got a success response. We got a 200 code that came back. And if we look again at the address groups, we now have test address object. Okay. So let me go ahead and fire this off as a commit operation, and then we'll talk about wrapping this up into Python before moving on to the REST API endpoints. So one of the greatest things about Postman, especially if you're new into the automation world, let's say you build all of your API calls like what we have right now, and you're like, okay, great, but I need this in a script. I don't want to actually execute this through Postman every time. What you can do is you can click on this little code icon towards the right, and from the drop-down menu, just pick whatever programming language you want this to be rolled into. In our case, we're going to use Python request. It's the most popular way of interacting with APIs over Python, and it gives us the full script. Like, how cool is that? So let's go back into VS Code. Where are you at? And let's start by, let's create a new script file and paste it into here. So this is the output of the Postman. They generated our script. We're going to call this, let's call it create address object. Sure. Create address object. All right. Retry. Excuse me. GitHub. Retry. Let me close this browser or close this out. My GitHub Copilot wants to sign in and it wasn't happy with me. So we're going to switch this real quick over to my other profile and then try this sign on. Here we go. GitHub Copilot, if you haven't seen some of our past streams, is just a super good way of getting, oh, look at that. Got a nice little warning. Authentication rule base is defined, but captive portal is not set. Yeah, I don't care. It's just a way of getting some good old AI into your code. So let's look at this just a little bit. This is what Postman had produced for us. The very first thing it does is it imports the request library. Again, this is the very popular way of interacting with REST APIs inside of Postman. Inside of Python. It creates a variable called URL and sets it equal to the firewall's API URL. Inside of the payload, this will be the body that's actually pushed to the remote API. We see all the parameters that we had declared within Postman, including our API key, as well as the type being a config, as well as the action being set, and the XPath. Now the XPath is going to look a little bit different because it's URL encoded, so it's going to look a little funky, but it is effectively what we had just passed into it. Oh, this is not good. So we don't want to use cookies because cookies are something that a browser can leverage in order to authenticate with the API. So this needs to change, and the best way to change it is to, let's go back over to Postman and let's tell it to stop using under hidden. You can see that a cookie was created. Where is the cookie? A cookie was created from a previous session. So I want to remove cookies from ever being, well, the best way to do that is to just, again, pass in that pan, where is it? XPan key. So let's go back over to here, and under headers, let's pass in XPan key and pass in our API token. All right. And we'll say, give us that same thing, give us that script again. And you'll note now in this time, the headers are gonna, we won't see cookie, or we shouldn't. We still see cookie, so we'll remove it. But the actual API key is now available inside of our script. If it was, I mean, it's already passed right up here, so, you know, really, who cares? But this is it. So we create the payload, we create the headers. Inside of the response, we create a new object called response, and we store the output of our API call, and then we print the response to the screen. So this will effectively do everything that we had just done within Python. But before we can do this, we need to create a new developer environment. So let's create this. We'll call this directory address object examples. Right, and we'll move the files in this directory into address object examples. It's going to say you can't move the same directory into itself. Yes, we know. And we'll just open up address object examples as a new browser or a new window within VS Code. The reason why I do this is because now I want to create my Python virtual environment, and I don't want it to be in the wrong location. So we'll open up a terminal page in VS Code and type in, oh, I don't have Poetry installed. So we'll just create a Python virtual environment the hard way. Let's first of all, let's figure out which version of Python that we've got on our system. So Python 3 -- version. Wow. I'm thoroughly impressed. Looks like Kali Linux ships with the latest version of Python. So Python 3.11.1. So I'm blown away by that. Let's see if the virtual environment setup is enabled. So we'll say Python 3-m for module. We'll run vim, and we'll create a virtual environment in our local directory. In a hidden directory, we'll call .vim. Okay, so we don't have .vim package yet. So the terminal is telling us that. What we'll do is we'll say sudo apt install python 3-vim. All right, and we will run that command again to create the virtual environment. Now, usually I use Poetry to handle this. I think Poetry is a much more elegant way of managing your Python packages. But there's one specific Python package that we need for this right now, and that's going to be request. The request library needs to be imported. So in order to activate my Python virtual environment, I'm gonna point to my new hidden folder called vim inside of a directory called bin. I'm gonna say /activate. Now, when I do that, my terminal, because I'm using Z shell, gives me some information. It's basically telling me that I'm now within a virtual environment within the .vim folder. And if we look in our directory here, we can see, yep, there's the vim directory and all of the Python executable stuff. So good to go. All right, so now that I'm in my my virtual environment, I just want to validate this again just by typing which Python 3, and I can see it's no longer pointed at the system's Python 3, which is like user bin Python 3. It's now in this directory, which is our virtual environment. So I'm feeling pretty good. I'm going to install request library. Request. Easy enough. Let's look at our script here, and you'll note that Visual Studio Code, let me see if it comes through. I can't hide my face right now. Sorry about that. Actually, I can. Let's hide my face. Be for the better of everyone. Let's see. There we go. Oh, how wonderful is that? Okay, so you'll note at the bottom right of my Visual Studio Code, it's saying I need to select the interpreter. That's because Visual Studio Code is kind of confused as to which path of Python I want. Do I want to use the systems Python, or do I want to use the one within my virtual environment? So if I click on select interpreter, I can see that there's a star that points to my current virtual environment, which is perfect. So I'm just going to click on that. And then Visual Studio Code says, hey, you don't have Flake 8 installed. I'm going to just dismiss that for right now. Flake 8 will just, it is a linter that will tell you if any of your code is invalid, or it'll do its best job. Okay, we'll see. What is the payload? Is it encoded? So yes, the payload is right here, is this nice little string. Let's do a word wrap. Word wrap. Okay, so there is a portion of the payload that is URL encoded, and that is right starting at here at the X path. So the XML, as you can see, it's got a lot of 20s. I guess this was because I had it, I didn't collapse the white space. Let's do that. Let's update this. Where's Postman? There you are. Let's go back to the body, and you see all this white space right here? Let's just go ahead and minify this. And what I'll do is I'll open up a browser, and I'll say XML minify. And we'll try the first one that's listed here, minify. Clear out the white space on that, please. Okay, so just like that, it took my multi-line entry with all the white space and it collapsed it into a single line. You can just see that there's just a 1, so that's a single line entry. And let's paste that back into here. Okay, and now my payload will look a little bit different. We're gonna get to the final result, I promise you. But now it doesn't have all those %20s on it, so it's a little bit cleaner. So the XPath portion of this is URL encoded. So you can see the traditional like percent and code to indicate like what is what. This is just another reason why using Postman really helps in this situation. It's the actual request body and the request type. Looks better with JSON. Totally looks better with JSON. Hi, just joined. What is you working on today? So what we're doing is we're looking at the use case of creating address objects and then associating those address objects to an address object group. And we're using all the different techniques in Palo Alto to accomplish this. So we're going to be using The XML API is what we've done first. We're almost done with that. The REST API endpoints is going to be next, which is going to be JSON focused. Then we're going to look at the Python SDK, and then we'll look at Ansible. So that's what we're working on. So far, we've used the XML API. We were successful. It took me stubbing my toe a few times, but that's just the way of my life. But yeah, now we've got the code from Postman, and it's written inside of a Python script. Let's just say ignore for now. And let me try this. Let's remove this test address object. Let's remove it from the bad actors group, and let's do that commit. And then we'll run this script, which should effectively update the add it back into there, right? So we'll say Python create address object.py. Let me wait for this commit operation to go through. When are you going to teach us hacking with Kali Linux? Yeah. Soon. Why not? Kali Linux is totally fun. It's been a couple of years since I've used it in a hacking fashion. But live stream is a good opportunity to kind of revisit some of these things. What do you want to hack? Let me ask you that first. Are you interested in exploiting certain devices? I've got some old Cisco boxes we could exploit. Yeah, I remember you. Yep. So asked how hard it would be to make a Nornir plugin. I took the challenge and created one. It's on the official site. Plugin to interact with FortiGates using another library. Sweet. Share it. What's the share with me your repo. That is so cool. That is so cool, man. I'm really proud of you. Let's run this create address object. And okay, so we're given an error message. Looking at it, it says SSL verify failed. So the way that we update this and request to support invalid certificates is pass in verify equals false. Let's say go away for now. And let's try to run that again. Python create address object. Okay. So we got the message that came back when we issued this script. We got a response status of success saying the command had succeeded. If we go back into our GUI, let's refresh this page. And there it is. How glorious. Terrific. So again, to revisit the XML API approach, the best path forward is to open up your panorama or open up your firewall. And at the very end of the URL, just type in /API. This will get you all the documentation and the XPath needed to configure whatever job that is you're looking to do. In our case, we dug into devices, local host. We looked in the vSys. We only have one vSys virtual system on our box. And then from here, we get to see all the different things that we can configure. We just kind of navigate our way through all of this. We start with addresses. We can at any point time to get the XML structure, just go ahead and hit that submit button and you get the actual example response. What we needed to do is we needed to copy this XPath right here and go back into Postman. And when we're going to create that new address object, then we add it into the XPath parameter right here. Let's see, bump that up just a little bit. So there's where the add XPath went right there. And then we pass in the actual XML payload of what needs to be inserted inside of there. And again, you have examples of that within the documentation page. Just by firing it off, here's some examples. You can copy this. I like to clean it up just a little bit by using the Minify web app. But that's how we got the actual API developed in Postman. And then clicking on the right-hand side, we can export it into any language that we want. We selected Python. We grabbed the code. We pasted it into our handy script IDE. Made sure that we had the request package installed, which is necessary for interacting with the API with Python, and then we fired that thing off, and we got. So that's how we effectively codified our operations. I can't link it here, but you can look it up. My username GT732. Cool. Let's do that. GT732. And there you are. All right. Let's look at your repo. I'm assuming this is it. Nornir Pi FTgate. Okay, so let's look into this. Nornir plugin FortiGate. Plugin integrates the FortiGate API library with Nornir framework to simply and automate configuration tasks for FortiGate devices. Sweet. All right. Oh, thank you for the good documentation. So from Nornir. Okay, looks simple enough. This is for the config file, so that's for the Nornir parameters. Task equals FortiGate address. Okay, so you import the task right there. Okay, does this allow you to configure, or just is it read? Like what are you thinking here? Oh, look, you got a Git system information or a Git system interface. So you're doing operational based commands in here too, and you get to see the status of the device. So that's really cool. Very, very nice. Git URL. Okay, so you can do basic API calls. Very, very cool. So you can get data out of it. I like what I see. This is all good stuff. It's my first real project like this. So if you see any noob mistakes, you know why. Don't worry about it, man. You've seen me create have three different mistakes so far just on our first one. So this is good to go, man. Really proud of you. That's awesome. That is awesome. Nice job. Nice job. Mostly read. You can update some stuff. Cool, man. Man, I mean, like, I had said, like, I don't know. It seems like it might be pretty hard. And then you went and just knocked it out. Dude, that's so cool. Congratulations, man. That's got to be like, you know, you want to hang something like that on your mom's refrigerator and be like, look what I created, mom. I'm so proud. This is really good stuff. Continue to iterate on it. Add features and make sure it goes on your resume. Update your LinkedIn profile. Hit up the Network to Code Slack channel. Share your success. Everyone in Network to Code, they really like Nornir. So I think you get a pretty good audience out of them. And everyone's always looking for more security automation. So hit those guys up, share with them what you've done. And again, yeah, congratulations. That's so cool. That's so cool. Wrong vendor though. I'm kidding. We do with what we have. Okay. Luckily, there's already made plugins to reference off of. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so we got in the XML API. We kind of know the nuances, right? Got to structure our request in XML. We send XML, we get XML back. We have to navigate through the XPath. Thankfully, the browser will do that for us. It'll give us the full XPath, but it still requires us to kind of navigate down that hierarchy. That's especially important when you start looking at Panorama, because there's like a bunch of shared config from templates and all kinds of other things to consider. So yeah, let's rename this script. Let's call this, let's append like XML in front of it so that we can have a little differentiation here. I'm going to go ahead and in order to get Visual Studio Code to shut up about my linter not being installed, I'm just going to go ahead and click install. This will install Flake 8 into my virtual environment. So now that I have linting inside of my my coder, my IDE, my text editor, whatever you want to call it, this is really just for my benefit. Of course, it comes out with the red squigglies. My line's too long. So I mean, like it's valuable stuff. They are accurate. That line is way too long, but it is what it is sometimes. Now I also get another pop-up saying that the black is not installed. Now black is my preferred installation for formatting code. So we'll just go ahead and click yes. Just knock these out of the park, and that'll prevent those errors from coming back up in VS Code. Okay, so we're gonna move away from the XML create address object because we've got that and it's good. Let's now move into the REST API endpoints. Again, its strengths. This is going to be all in JSON. There's good RBAC control over it. We are aware that we are limited to what endpoints are available. So there's that. It's laser focused on config. That's fine. Patch operations are not supported, so we'll deal with that headache really quickly here. Let's start off by looking at the docs. So in contrast to the /API, if you type in /REST API /doc or -doc instead, what you're going to get is the let's move this away. Let's go like this. You're going to get the redoc. I think this is redoc. This isn't Swagger. I'm pretty sure this is redoc. No footer notes. All right. But you get the full API documentation here within the browser itself, and everything is very like Swaggalicious. It looks like a Swagger. I'm pretty sure it's based on Redoc, but it's all the same thing. So for us, we want to work with addresses. So let's look at objects / actually let's look at how this is structured. So there's an API here for generating the API key. We've already done this step, so we don't need to repeat this. Then we have all of our security objects listed here. These are things like addresses and address groups, which we're focused on, but also things like tags and security policy. Oh, no, security policies is separate from that. Looking at policies, we have security policies, NAT rules, decryption policies, all those types of things, right? Those fall underneath the policies REST API family. And then for actual device layer stuff like my network interfaces, VLANs, SD-WAN, vWires, all those goodies that are more network related, you'll find those under the network folder of URL endpoints. And stuff around the device, the actual chassis itself, like we want to create some virtual systems or VDOMs for my Fortinet friends, or HTTP profiles. We do that under there. So again, the structure is objects, and then policies, then network, then devices. And if this doesn't include your use case, then you're going to have to probably break out into the XML API. Fortunately for us, our use case is quite simple. We're just going to be creating addresses and then updating address groups. So looking at addresses, we've got a get operation, we've got a post operation, a put, delete, and rename. That rename is kind of interesting. But let's start off with a get. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this example URL. Just going to copy this right here and move it back into Postman. And we're going to, let's create a new folder. Let's create 2 new folders. I told you I do this all the time. I'm going to say XML API, and we're going to move this stuff into there. And we're going to close that out. And I'm going to create another folder called REST API. And we'll close out these, save changes, close everything out, close everything out. Okay. Let's create a new API call. We'll say create a new HTTP request. And I'm going to paste in that URL that we were just provided. I'm still gonna have to authenticate. Let's save this as git list of address objects, and we'll store that underneath the REST API. All right. This I'm just gonna quickly change this back to our variable Dallas URL. All right. And if I fire this off, I'm kind of conflicted. I think this might actually, I think the cookie might still be valid. So this session may actually work. Let me send this off. Ah, it did not. So we got an information that came back. So we got a 401 unauthorized saying that we were not authenticated. So good for that. Let's see. I'm a Fortinet fan, good boy. Cool. As long as you just care about security, that's all I really care about. I don't sweat the vendor stuff so much. I really struggle with the testing portion. I used PyTest for some stuff, but it's hard, especially when it comes to mock data, etc. So, my friend, let me make a suggestion to you. If you struggle with coming up with PyTests, you guys are gonna laugh. Chat GPT. I'm serious, man. Come over into Chat GPT. Let's see. Where's the login? Use this to create your to help you create some tests. Let's try. There we go. Let's log in. Continue with Google. Yes, that's me. I promise. Okay. All right. So, okay, thank you. All right. Let's go, and you can see I've been doing all kinds of stuff in here. Let's create, I want you to create some PyTests for me based on the following Nornir plugin. All right, let's paste in your repo, and let's see what ChatGPT gets us here. So under tests, you've got these. Okay. This is, what are you talking about? It looks like you're good to go. Let's see. Let's look at one of your plugins. This is the init. That's empty as declared. Then the actual tasks. So Python address object. Let me copy this and paste it into here. Look at that. Look at it go. Look at it go. So I don't know if this is legit. I haven't worked too much within Nornir since version 3, which was probably 3 years ago now. So I can't tell you whether or not this is legit, but this would probably be a really good head start for you as you start to build out these types of tests. This thing is your friend. Consider it. Oh snap! You have the plus version. Yeah, my friends, I upgraded. I'm having all kinds of fun with this stuff, ChatGPT specifically. So like I'm using it for planting trees and figuring out like what types of trees I should, what kind of native trees I could look for, how I should get the soil already. I'm using it for looking at like the types of automation available in Azure. I'm looking at loblolly trees. I'm having it generate haikus for me. Anyway, yeah, I got the plus version. It's much faster, and I don't have the login wait time. Let's see. You're balling. I don't think so. It's $20 a month. I felt like I get enough value out of it to warrant the $20 investment. I canceled Netflix at the same time, so hey, you get a little bit of balance in your life, right? How did you go to the next line in ChatGPT? How did I go to the next line? I just clicked on a new chat. What do you? I may have missed the question. There's also a turbo mode is now the default. Okay, they must have changed that. Help me understand your question, XYY. What do you mean by how did I go to the next line in ChatGPT? Oh, like a new line, creating a new line, shift enter, if that was your question, right? Like saying like, this is my request. And then I hold down shift, I hit enter. This is my code type of thing. Time for blue collar work. Look out, ChatGPT. I don't know, man. Every time I predict the future, it comes out wildly incorrect. So who's to say? Who's to say? Who's to say it's the blue collar work that isn't gonna get, the AI treatment? I spent a lot of my early years working in minimum wage jobs for like from like 15 until I was 28. I worked all minimum wage jobs, with the exception of the military, the Marine Corps, a certain period of that. But I'm looking back at some of those jobs. Some of them were manual labor. Yeah, AI is not going to fix it. But some of them were like, I worked in a lot of fast food. I worked as a bartender. I worked as a bouncer. I did a bunch of things that like AI could, or machines, if anything, could probably do a much better job. Yep. I was thinking of splitting the cost with a buddy. I don't know how OpenAI deals with multiple logins. They may go the Netflix route soon. So the login is based on either a Google account or a Microsoft account. So if you want to split it with your buddy, if you're going to take that step, I would suggest finding like a unified Gmail where both of you guys can log in. Excuse me. I don't think that it'll go the Netflix route, but who knows? Oh, Netflix, man. I used to work a warehouse before my first AT. Oh yeah, yeah, warehouse work, man. I was pretty proud when I got my forklift certifications. I felt pretty good about myself. And only a few years later, getting like CCNA certifications, and I felt just as proud. I would suggest probably just as proud. CCNA was brutal for me, man. Yeah. Anyway, okay. What are we doing? We're not talking Cisco stuff here. We're talking testing. So yeah, here's some ideas. You don't have to get the pro, right? Like, they should make it $5. Yeah, I agree. $20 is kind of steep for basically a, I guess we'll call it a buggy search engine at best. I mean, it does a really great job. I mean, look at this. This is slick. I really like this, but yeah, they should lower the cost. I think the idea is though is like if $20 is too much to stomach, then you can still use the free version. I think you'll just be relegated to login waits. That's the login wait being removed was important for me because I was building content around ChatGPT until I was told not to, and I was just like doing live demos with, sorry, the system's busy. I was like, I cannot afford this stuff. Okay. Anyway, yeah, check out if you want to get better at building PyTests. Highly encourage you to look at ChatGPT. It'll help you at least understand how PyTests are structured. All right, let's get back to the REST API. We need to pass in our authentication token. I believe it's the same header. Let's give it a shot. The header is xpan key and then API token. Let's see if that gives us a better response. Okay, it does, but it still gives us an error. The error, though, gives us a status code of 400 back, which is nice. It says you're missing a query parameter, the location, and that is true. So when we interact with these devices, we need to make sure that we tell it where we want it to look. Specifically, like, are we looking at a device group? Are we looking at a template? Are we looking at a template stack? And this information is, by the way, within those docs as well. So let me close this guy out and let's return back up to here. So the docs clearly state, like, of all the things I forgot to do, I did not pass the one required, which is the location. So I need to pass location, and it needs to be either shared, vsys, or panorama pushed. In my case, we're gonna say the location is in the vsys. So vsys. Okay. When I pass vsys, I now have to pass in which virtual system. So it should be vsys1. Let's try that. There we go. All right. So you know what I like to do? I like to save the example as a for me to look back later. Let's go ahead and save this, and let's look at what we got back from the API. So we got a total of 8 entries. The result comes back as a JSON structure again. We have these right here. This is really nice. What the API does is it translates some of the XML attributes into these @ signs. So attributes aren't valid in JSON like they are in XPath or in XML. In XML, you can have an object, and then you can have attributes of that object to say things like who was the username that pushed it, what's the current state of this object, etc. But attributes don't exist in the JSON world. It's one of the downsides of moving from XML to JSON. But the API is kind enough to translate those attributes into this new key value pair that they preface with the @ sign. So effectively, this is a really great way of getting a count of how many entries inside of a list exist. There's an attribute that's already there. So if you've got like 1,000 firewall rules, you don't want to go through and say 1, 2, 3. You don't want to be in that route. So just a nice little shortcut there for us. The one that we created earlier is listed right here, test address object. All right. So let's say I want to create a new address object. Let's go back up to the docs and figure out how to do that. So the API endpoint is going to be the same, but the method is no longer going to be a GET request. It's going to be a POST. So we're going to do a POST, and it's going to expect a certain body. Let me just go ahead and copy their example body, and let's duplicate this request, and let's change the name to say create new address object, and let's go to the body and paste in the actual example from the web UI. And I'm going to change this from text into JSON, and then hit the beautify just to make it pretty. All right. So again, we're talking to the same API endpoint at addresses. We still need to pass in the location, and we still need, and in my case, the location was the vsys. And so we need to pass in the name of the vsys. In my case, that's vsys1. I believe all virtual machines still only have a single vsys. So if you're working a lot with the VM series, this will be a common trend. If you're working with physical boxes, then you'll have multiple vsyses supported. So you'll have to at least be cognizant of which vsys you're trying to make a change to. Back then, CCNP was 3 tests. It took me almost 7 months to study for that crap. Dude, give me flashbacks, man. That CCNP test was it was good. It was good. I failed the switch exam twice. I was really frustrated about that because I thought I had switching down pat. But you know how some of those tests go, man. It's like more of like a bar trivia exam than anything else. I finally passed it. My favorite was the T-shoot. I felt like the CCNP T-shoot was the most fun because it was like actual, like, hey, you're tasked with fixing this problem. How are you going to do it? And I freaking loved that exam. Every time I recerted for any of my CCNPs, I always did the route switch T-shoot exam. I always thought that was one of the best exams that they had. Okay. we're going to create a new entry here. We're going to make this, I don't know, let's make it 192.168, 88.1 or 88.0/24. We'll give it a tag name of automation. And where is the name of my, where's the name of my object? So this is the net mask. This is the value of the object. Where's the name? Where do I do that? Let's see. Name is required. Oh, it's in the parameter. Oh, okay. So we need to update the parameters as well to say name equals Wu-Tang. All right. So the name needs to pass as the parameter within the query. Let's go ahead and send this guy. Oh, it needs to be a post operation as well. So we'll save that. And let's see if we just create the Wu-Tang clan right here. Should be equal to 192.168.88.0/24 and should have this tag of automation. Let's send that. We got a bad request. Valid object. Invalid object. Edit breaks config validity. Okay, so it's not very happy with the way that this is structured. Let's go back over to the docs and figure out what's going on here. Name, vsys, input format. I wonder, I don't feel like I need to pass in input or output format. I don't think that's the thing that's breaking it. Invalid object. Edit breaks config validity. Let's look in the body. What we got in the body? IP and net mask. Oh, I do need to pass in @name within the body. Okay, let's do that. So @name, again, this is a translation of the XML attribute. That's why that @ is there. Wu-Tang and comma. Let's see if that works. Okay, it did. So we're going to save that response. And if I come back over into the GUI, and if I refresh this, I should now have the Wu-Tang clan. All right, there we did it. I think stopped. Let me stop. No, go ahead, man. Distract me away, dude. We're here to have fun. Wait a minute. Is this GUI actually? Hold on here, guys. I think I've. Let me change this to fit the screen. What is going on here? Filters. Oh, shoot. Yeah, sorry, guys. It was cut off. You guys tried to warn me. I don't know how that happened. I wonder if... There we go. All right. So, not sure if this makes it better or makes it worse. I've removed some of the clipping. How's that? Is that... You can now see the full screen, but is it more of a distraction this way? Most of the time, T-shoot was fun. The other ones are just memorization. Yeah, totally. Most of the time, you can eliminate 2 answers, and you're left with 50-50. Yep, that's the strat, right? That's the strategy. Hey, let me know how this is structured. Sorry about it not being the full screen. It's on my bad. It must have happened when I was rebooting the VM. The screen got all janked up. But let me know if this wider view is still viewable for you. If not, I can reduce it to a crop. I'll be right back. Are you guys able to see that? Like, it seems a little blurry to me, man. It's a little blurry, man. Let's see here. How's that look? Man, it looks like I've been drinking. Like, it's like watching a live stream with beer goggles on, man. How have you guys been putting up with this, man? What's the right way of fixing this, man? Let me see. Let's right here, right click and say the screen. Still got them beer goggles on. I might have to switch back to Windows after all. I don't know if this is gonna... This looks terrible. It's just one of those things you can't test it until you go live. Let me see. Is there a better way of presenting that? That didn't change anything. That probably made it worse. Window is that capture cursor multi-adapter compatibility? Nope. Oh, that's terrible, man. Sorry about this, guys. Oh, let's see if we can't just power through it. Let's see if the code is at least readable. Yeah, the code is kind of readable. Well, you try some things and sometimes it works and sometimes it's terrible. Okay, let's grab the Wu-Tang address object, and we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna click on this code and we're gonna copy the request in its entirety and paste it back into our text editor here. Just like that. And we're gonna call this REST API free address object .py. There we go. All right. So here's the deal. Like, sometimes the defaults that come out of Postman are not optimal. And this is one of those situations to where the Postman presented us the JSON payload as this really long string, and it kept things like the white space indentation, and ultimately created this situation to where the line is just way too long. I mean, this will execute, but Python's not going to be happy with you. Also, the API token did not get passed, nor did the URL. So that was a big failure. Let's come back over to Postman and see what's going on. Let's grab this code. Okay, there we go. I was copying the response and not the actual post. There we go. That's structured just a little bit better. Okay. So let's take a little peek at this and see what's got going on. It was fine before though. Oh, it was. Huh. Hopefully it looks okay right now. Like I really screwed up earlier when I had to reboot the VM. The VM came back at a different screen resolution, and that really kind of screwed up the stream as far as the recorded. I still think that the video is just a little blurry, but it looks like the code's coming through okay. So we'll just kind of keep it with this for now. Okay, so we've got two imports at the top. The first one again is for the request library. The next one is importing JSON. And this is important because what we're effectively doing is we create a Python dictionary right here, and we tell it, we're telling it to change it into a string, which will ultimately be, that's why we're importing the JSON dumps for that. And that will be what's used under payload to actually make the API call. We also have to structure our headers a little bit. We need to tell the API that to expect JSON. The cookie can go. Well, let's get the cookies out of here. We don't need the cookies. Cookies are for browsers, not for us. No cookie for you. And then the API token, again, we get the red squiggly line because it's too long for the screen. There's not a whole lot I can do about that for now. But that's effectively it. A URL, the actual payload that we want to send, the headers, and then we tell the request library, hey, I want to make this request. It's going to use the post method. It's going to use this to use the URL. The headers are going to be equal to this, and the payload is going to be equal to this entry right here. All right, let's do it. Let's see what we get. We're going to change from the Wu-Tang Clan. Let's change this to Raekwon the chef. And Raekwon's not going to be a whole subnet. He's just going to be the .1 address. All right, let's do that. Python REST API create endpoint. Okay, so similar situation as before. We got an SSL certificate error because we're using a self-signed cert. So in requests, the way that we address that is we add a verify equals false. All right, let's clear the screen and try that one again. All right, looks like we got a status code letting us know that, hey, you're using a self-signed certificate, and they want to shame us for that. That's fine, but we'll ignore that warning for now. The only important thing that we got back is that we get this message saying that the object is not unique. Interesting. Looks like I forgot to update the object name somewhere. Let's go back to Raekwon the chef, and it's right here. Yeah, we forgot to update our query parameter, so let's do that. Raekwon the chef. Okay, now we're good. Let's send this. Full send. There we go. So this is the droids that we're looking for. A healthy, happy response, saying that the command has succeeded. Outstanding. Let's refresh our page here. And there's our Raekwon the chef right there. Outstanding. Okay, so we have a script now using the REST API endpoints to create new address objects. And oh, isn't it so much easier, right? Just looking at this, no XPath needed. Yes, you need to structure the payload correctly. So pay attention to the required entries. Also, you need to structure the URL parameters correctly as well. Location equals vsys, vsys equals vsys1, and then the name of the entry itself. So it's not enough to just make sure that your body is structured correctly. You also need to make sure that the full URL path is correctly entered as well. And if you're using self-signed certs, remember to use verify equals false, or else it will complain and shame you. Okay, so now here's the interesting part, right? We've got the new Raekwon the chef, and let me do this. I'm going to delete the Wu-Tang address object, and we're going to create a group called Wu-Tang. So we'll just call this Wu-Tang. Ain't nothing to budge with. All right. And we're going to add an object in here. Let's just add in our WAN IP just so it lets me create the darn thing. Okay. Now I've got this existing Wu-Tang object. I want to enter it into, I want to add the Raekwon the Chef into this Wu-Tang object group right here. Now this is where the difference between a put operation and a patch operation is going to really showcase itself. So let's go back to Postman here for a second and let's get a list of our current address groups. So looking at address groups, let's list them all out, and I'm gonna just copy this URL, paste it back into Postman. All right, we're gonna say get list of address groups. There we go. And of course, we need to update our headers to include the API key. That again is xpan key, and I'm going to set that to our API token. I'm also just going to update this real quick. It's going to be Dallas-URL. Okay, that should be it. Let's maybe I need to pass in location. Let's look at the docs. I need to pass in a location, so let's go ahead and do that. So location equals vsys, and the vsys name is going to be vsys1. Right? Let's fire this guy off. Okay, there we go. I'm going to save my example response and let's take a look at it. So we got two address object or address groups. We see that by the attribute right here, but we also see the two entries. We got bad people, which has 2 entries, and we have Wu-Tang, which has 1 entry. Now, here's the dealio that we need to be concerned ourselves with when doing the REST API endpoints, is that if we update the address group, we need to have everything inside of that update, or else it's going to remove everything that's not. So let's copy this and let's duplicate the GET request. I'm going to say update address group entries. Okay, change that to a put operation, and we need to pass it a body, so we're going to paste in what we just captured from the GUI and format this as JSON. Okay, so here we go. Entry static member. All right, so if I change this again to automation as my tag, and I say Raekwon the Chef, let me see what happens when I fire this off. Let's hit send. We got a bad request. Missing parameter name. Okay. So in the parameters, name is going to equal Wu-Tang Clan, I believe. What was the name of it? Yeah, Wu-Tang. All right. So pass that in right there. Let's look at that body again. No, I think that should be okay. Let's send. Okay, invalid object. Entry attribute name is still missing. So let's add it right here. At name equals Wu-Tang. And send that off. Okay. We got a 200 response saying the command has succeeded. Let's go take a look at it. When I refresh this, currently, before I refresh it, see WAN IP prefix is the only entry inside of the address group. When I refresh this, Raekwon the Chef becomes the only entry in the address group. This is why it's important to understand the difference between a put and a patch. A put operation requires you to pass in the entire intended state of this specific entry. In our case, the specific entry is the address group of Wu-Tang. And since we only passed it in Raekwon the chef, that's the only thing that gets stated as the desired end state. If this was a patch operation, this would have been totally fine, right? This would have just appended Raekwon the chef to the Wu-Tang group. But in our case, with a put operation, it's like, nope, this is the desired end state. So that's what it is. And actually, in my use case, I actually do want that to be the case. I don't want the WAN IP address object that was previously in there. Raekwon is a member of the Wu-Tang, so I think we should keep him like that. Okay. But let's create a new address group, or new address object through the REST API, and let's do it through Python now. So we're going to copy this again and paste it into our script right here. Okay. And what I'm going to change, the group's going to stay the same. It's still Wu-Tang. No. This is the address object. So I'm going to change this to be Ghostface and update the URL path as well to be Ghostface. And the IPNet mask is going to be .2/32. And verify equals false. And let's create this, a second entry here. So Python REST API create address object. It looks like it was a successful commit. Let's come back to the addresses, and we've got Ghostface and Raekwon. Now, both Ghostface and Raekwon are a member of the Wu-Tang family, but right now only Raekwon resides in here. So again, just to reiterate this point, if I was to update the address group entries of Wu-Tang, and if I only had Ghostface in here, then when I send this, I'll get a thumbs up, but I've effectively told the API that I only want Ghostface in there. So some ideas on how to address this. One is you can make sure that you've always got the entire list of address objects put into your API call. This either is a manual process or would need to be automated. I'm leaning on the side of, hey, let's automate this part of the process here. So what we need to have is a step to where before we perform the put operation, we need to get a list of the current address objects inside of the Wu-Tang group. And then when we're making the API call to update the list, to update the address group, we're going to make sure every one of the previous entries were in there, including the new entry. Okay. Basic instructions before leaving Earth. Oh my gosh. Oh, I love this. The Jizza. Yeah, you know he's coming up next. I haven't listened to that song in a long time. Ah, man, they were really on fire in the early 90s. Oh my gosh. Mid 90s too. I mean, the 90s was a good time for the Wu. 90s was a good time. Okay, so let's do that. Let's incorporate another step into the process to where we first collect the list of address group entries, and we'll store that as a Python object so that whenever we go to update to add a new one, we make sure that the old one is included in there as well. That should be pretty interesting. Let's try to figure out how to do that. Let me think about this. So that's for creating the address object. Let's look at the Python code for updating the entry. So we'll copy this. Is this what we're looking at? Yeah, this is what we're looking for. Let's copy this. Let's create a new script here called update existing address group with new address object. And please don't write your Python scripts with the names like I use. Like don't be that guy or gal. Don't be doing this type of stuff. Try to be descriptive in there. I mean, like even this is a stretch for me. Like I would never write my Python names that long. But hey, this is educational. You guys, you know where I'm going with this. But okay, let's take a look at this. This is the put operation. So we're gonna remove the cookie. No cookies. No cookies. Again, we're gonna add verify equals false. And this is what we want to, this is the payload that we post, or that we're doing the put operation. So we need to somehow insert into here the current list of members. And I'm thinking it's going to happen right down here. Let's break this out just a little bit. Let me format this in a way that's a little bit more conducive. All right. What do you... Line too long. No. I knew that was going to happen. I think if I do Control Shift K, no. Control K, Control S, save without format is Control KS. So what's happening right now is my text editor, whenever I save it, it auto formats it, and that's not kind of what I'm looking for right now. So what I'm thinking is like, it's this list that we need to include not only the new entry, but also the existing entries. So I think this is where we're going to have to do some of our magic. First though, let's grab a list of the existing. We already have that script here. So get list of address groups. Let's copy this Python code. This is all good. This is all good. Okay, so everything's actually okay. We just need a different method at the end of the day. So first, let's copy, paste, and let's say get. And there will be no payload in our get request. So we're going to remove that. And we're going to say this is going to be list of existing address object entries. Again, don't make your Python variables with this name. Your teammates will they'll hate you for it. But hopefully it's good enough for the point of conversation right now. I'm gonna comment out the actual the put operation, and let's focus explicitly on pasting or printing out to the screen the result of our get. That'll help us understand kind of the structure of the object that we're working with here. So Python update. Okay, and this is the response that we got back. So it looks like this. Let's paste that payload right. Oh, darn. Control Shift C. There we go. Okay, and let me format this. Where is... Come on, computer. Why aren't you my friend right now? Okay. Yeah, format this as Python, please. No, you won't. Thank you. Format this as JSON then. There we go. Okay. So this is effectively the response that we got back from the API. So what we need to tell it, hey, we're storing this object as list of existing object entries. And this is what it looks like. What we need to tell it to do is, hey, I want you to ignore this. I want you to ignore this. I want you to ignore this. And I want you to ignore this. I only want you to focus on the entries within this specific list right here. That's effectively what we need to do. And we can do this by just going through the Python object. Let's see. I've been trying to brainstorm a project integrating GPT-3 API with networking gear. I can't come up with a good use case. Maybe like chat ops troubleshooting assistant for tier 1. Obviously, there's security concerns sending device data to ChatGPT. Yeah, so I don't think they have an API yet. I think that might be your first hurdle. I think I saw some kind of like abstractions on top of ChatGPT, but I don't know if there's an actual API yet. That would be the first thing I look at. The second would be like what I would do is I would say, remember that Git operation you had, like Git system interface, I think it was on Fortinet. What I would do is I would have a script that would log into all my firewalls and do some kind of Git operation and look for problems. Find a way of looking for a specific problem within the output. And when a problem is detected, structure a ChatGPT query to say, troubleshoot this output on a firewall of this vendor, and then be able to handle the response data back. Yeah, it would be kind of like you're creating a chat bot for a chat bot. But I mean, like you're, I mean, it's not going to remediate the problem, but what it might be able to do is identify where there are problems and be able to give you the data that can be like put into a ServiceNow ticket, or maybe sent to an email, to an email alias or something like that. Maybe it creates a report. But the idea would be, at the end of the day, like try to get the valuable information and get it into the operator's hands as quickly as possible. Appreciate all the stream topics you've been doing. Been helping me a lot with deploying firewalls with Ansible and Python to 36 chambers. Oh, I love it, man. I love it. Have you guys actually seen the movie, the 36 Chambers? That is one of the absolute greatest kung fu movies of all time. Like there's a trilogy of them, and each one of them is just absolutely freaking amazing. Yeah. Okay. All right. So here we are. We got this object. It's got list of existing address object entries. Terrible name. But it looks like this right here. And I need to kind of find a way of navigating through this structure to get this list right here. This list is what we're looking for. So in order to achieve that, let's just kind of like step through this process. We'll do it in a very iterative fashion. So instead of, let me first change this name. We're just calling address group entries. Yeah, we'll call it that. Okay. So I'm going to rename my object to be something a little bit more palatable. So address group entries. I also want to refine my search. I don't want every address object. I don't want every group. I only want the Wu-Tang group. So let's go back to Postman and structure our request a little bit better. So get a list of address object groups. Is there a way for me to pass an additional parameter to limit what we get back? Let's look at that. List address objects. Output name. That's the. Wait. Name. Okay. So maybe we can type in name equals Wu-Tang. Let's give that a shot. And it worked. So previously without the name, if I uncheck that and fire this off again, we get 2 entries. So we get bad people and we get Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang is not bad people. But if I add the name parameter, I only get 1 back, which is exactly what we want, right? We don't want to have to include that type of logic within our script. So let's update the parameter within our API call. Let's come back up to here, URLs, and let's add another parameter. Oh, we are already doing it here. My goodness. You guys are probably yelling at me. Hey, we're already doing that. Nope, you're not. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so we need to now iterate over we need to look into the address object entries. So let's take a detour here because that's what I do better than anything. Let's use some actual Python debugging and give you an example of why this is so powerful for us. So what I want to do is I want my Python script to stop right here at line 22. And what I want to have is the ability to investigate all of my objects. I don't want to play the guessing game to understand kind of how this object is actually structured. I want to see it live and play with it in Python. So in order to do that, I'm going to type in pip install ipdb. This is going to give us a interactive Python debugger, or what is PDB stand for? Yeah, I think Python debugger, maybe. I don't know. Maybe collect all interface statistics, send a query to ChatGPT, ask if there's issues, and create a report. Yeah. Basically use AI for the initial troubleshooting triage. Yeah. That's where I see the value right now with AI in the networking sense is the triage, is the handling a lot of the investigation that's required whenever you're told that the network's at fault, right? Feed it data and tell you if the network's at fault. Now, you also have to recognize that the AI is buggy and it has issues, but for the most part, it should be okay. Another cool one is inspect from rich and use rich import inspect, then inspect object. Yep. Rich is a really great little tool too. Is this done or is this just kind of chilling? Oh, it was done. I don't know why when I hit full screen, it just doesn't go full screen. It's like it's missing something. So I'll try to give myself enough real estate, but also see the bottom of my console. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. So what I need to do now is I need to put in a break operation, or a trace specifically. So let's import IPDB at the top. Import IPDB. This is the package that we just installed. And now let's set a IPDB set trace. And let's execute this again. Python. Okay, so here we are. We're given this nice little debugger. It tells us exactly where within the code we are. We're sitting between lines 24 and 26 right now. If I tell it to do next, it will do that next step, which in this case was print out that response object, right? Can I do back? No. Let's do next again, maybe. Okay, we're going in the wrong way. So let's issue this again. All right, so I've got this address. Let's look at type. Type, address, group, entries, right? This is the response that we got from the API. And it says that the type of object, the type of Python class is a request models response. Now that's cool because it tells us what kind of object it is. It's not a dictionary. It's not a list. It's an actual request object. Okay. Now, if I want to look into that object, I'm going to say dir, give me the directory of this object. And it comes back and it says, well, we've got these hidden's not the right word, but these are typically like not used by the user. If it begins with a double underscore, it's typically not something that is consumed by the user. So I'm just going to skip to where the underscore is stopped, which is right here. Okay, now let's start off by looking at address group entries, and I'll first let's look at URL. Okay, that looks pretty familiar, right? Let's look at status code. What kind of status code did we get back from the API? We got a 200 status code. Okay, that's good. Now give me this as JSON. So now we got a response of a JSON body, which is good. And if I just do, let's see, we already know what text looks like because that's what we were using before. If I use raw, what does raw look like? It gives me the URL lib response object, so that's fine. Anything else? Let's do iter underscore lines. Got oh, that's a method, so let's add this. And that's a generator object. Okay, so effectively what I'm actually looking for, I think, is going to be under JSON. Let me look at content. Address group entries dot content. Okay, so content comes back as a byte string. I think it's JSON that I'm looking for. Yeah, I think we'll run with JSON. So .json means that we have a JSON object here, response.json. Oh, that's a method. Sorry. So we need to add the parentheses. There we go. Okay. So check this out. If I say, oh, shoot, clear. No, not clear. I'm not in IPython. Let's say x equals address group entries dot JSON, and then I ask it, hey, what type of object is X? It comes back and it says it's a Python dictionary, my guy. This is perfect, right? Because now I can find out exactly, I can dig into that response object that came back from the API, and I can say exactly what I'm looking for. So if I just print X to the screen, I can see, okay, we got this key value pair right here, this key value pair right there. I don't want any of them. This is the result though, and I definitely want the result. So if I just kind of work my way through this and say, give me x dot result. Oh, dictionary objects, yeah. So x result. Now I get just what was within the X result, which is right here. So I'm stepping through this object right now. Okay, we said we want to cut out this stuff. So let's look at X result entry, which is the next one that I care about. Entry, which is right here. I should only get this list back right up to this point. So I shouldn't have tag, I shouldn't have total count, and I shouldn't have count. Let's look. Oops, I'm doing it wrong. There we go. Exactly. Okay. Now I know that I only have one object that's going to come back, right? There's only one Wu-Tang object. So I can just simply hit the up arrow and say, give me the first entry in this list, which will always be our Wu-Tang since we asked only for that. So we're just narrowing it down just a little bit more. I want to exclude this. I want to exclude this. I want to exclude this. I want this. So let's go just a little bit deeper. Let's add static to the dictionary query. There we go. Now I've got member. All right. Let's do member. And there we go. There's the list that I'm looking for. So what we had to do is we had a JSON body. Let me talk to you. Let me talk to you for a second. Yeah, my face is back. All right. So when we made the API call, right, we got a response object that came back from the request library. Now that was structured as a type of object called a, what was it, like a response, request.response, but that's a specific type of object, right? What we needed to do is we need to say, hey, I want you to give me, I want you to give this to me in the format of a Python dictionary. Now the request type object has a function. We call it a method, but has a function attached to it called JSON. You saw me call it way up. Where were you? Way up here, right? So when I first said .json, I got this response that said, "Hey, this is actually a method," meaning it's a function that's attached to the type of object that you're calling. So I knew that I needed to pass in the quotation or the parentheses, open and close parentheses. I needed to call the method. I'm not asking for the method's name. I'm asking it to actually do the thing that it's built to do. And in the case of JSON, what it does is it flips the response from JSON into a Python dictionary. This is why working with request is so preferred, because it can easily turn a JSON data format from the API into a structured Python dictionary without really any thought process that goes into it. So that process happened. We saw it right here when I called the .json method. That's when we got back a Python dictionary, right? We got the actual response from the API, but it wasn't structured as JSON. It's now structured as a Python dictionary, which enables me to now dig through that object and find exactly what I'm looking for and discard the rest, right? So that's effectively what we did here. We created a new object, a new Python variable called X, and we saved it, and we stashed in that Python interpretation of the JSON body, and then we just kind of worked our way down it. I used the what is it? Yeah, I just printed out X to the screen, and then just looked at what it is that I'm actually looking for. In this case, it was entry. Then I just kind of just went down that rabbit hole. So that's how we effectively ended up here. Now I need to take that logic and insert it into my script. All right. So we're gonna say response dictionary equals, and we're gonna say address group entries dot JSON open and close parentheses. Now we're gonna say existing entries is equal to, and we're just gonna go just like what we did in our script earlier. Result entry, the first entry, static member. So boom, that didn't work. Control Shift C. There we go. All right. So that's going to be the list that we're looking for. All right. Once we have this, let me just go ahead and print this to screen. I'm going to remove the trace. I think it served its purpose for us for now. Let's exit out of this. Now when I run the Python script, what I should get back is just a Python list of the names of my objects. In this case, it will only be Ghostface. So let's issue that. And there we go. We got the same warning that we were expecting because we're using self-signed certs. But more importantly, we got the actual list of objects that we need. Now I can use this when I'm constructing my JSON payload. Let's copy this guy. I can put him right there. Okay. And now I need this to be, let's say existing entries. So we'll say, what's the right way of doing this? I think I'm just going to call it like this. Existing entries plus, because I'm adding to the list, I'm going to add in a Raekwon, the chef. Okay. So let's shoot, man. Let's roll the dice. Let's see if that works. I'm gonna move this line down to the bottom and uncomment it out. I think this is gonna work, guys. I think it is. What do you guys think? If you don't mind, can you show a quick demo of your inspect ? From Rich, import inspect, then inspect. Yeah, I don't have Rich installed right now. Let me run through this because I think we're gonna cross the finish line here with the REST API. Then we'll import Rich and then take a look at it. But I think this is what we're looking for. So existing entries plus Raekwon the chef. All right. So let me uncomment this out. And let me take another quick glance at this. So right now, only Ghostface is here. Let's issue the script again. Okay. So can only concatenate list, not string to list. Okay. So I need to create this as a list. Let's see. Because this is a list. Yeah, this is a list. So I need to add a list with a list. All right, let's see. Actually, it shouldn't be add. It should be append, right? List dot append, and then Raekwon the chef. Yeah, I think that's right. We'll see. Okay. So we got 2 errors this time. It's the same error, but it's just repeated twice. And that's because we're performing 2 API calls. The first was to get a list of the existing objects, and the second one was to update that list. Let's refresh our page here. And it didn't look like it worked. Okay. So let's set the trace back up. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to investigate this payload. So Python, do that thing. Oh, let's import that again. All right. So now I want to take a peek at this object called payload right here. So we'll just say type payload. Okay, it's a string object. Let's just print it to the screen here. Okay. So member became null. Okay, so this did not do the thing that I was expecting it to. This came back as null. Why did it do that, guys? Let's do some very basic Google how to append a string to a list. Basic Python 101. Here we are. All right, so we've got this list called test list. Oh, don't you dare. Don't you dare. So, that's not, I don't want it to become a string. Oh, no, that's right. The original list, string.blah. Test string. Yeah, we definitely have to concatenate it as a list. So we almost had it right. Let me back up a little bit here. So we need to do plus equals and then wrap this into a list object. Just like that. Now, according to the internet, that will make it a happy panda. Let me look at here. What's going on? Why is this? Expected parameter name. Oh, I'm entering that wrong. Plus or equals. Oh. Let's just fire that off. Okay, let's run this back. And let's look at payload. Yes, that did work. Okay, so I should have trusted my intuition. This will fix everything for us and make our lives better. Python update, do the thing again, 2 SSL certs, no worried about it. Let's come back to here and let's refresh. Ladies and gentlemen, we did it. We did it. We did it. We did it. Okay. So again, the workflow when trying to update an existing address object, if you don't already have, like, if you don't want to statically type out the whole darn thing, what you would do is you would create a new address object and then get a list of the current entries within the desired group that you're looking for, and then save that list, add the name of your new object to that list, and then do a put operation on the API, and that will be the result. We're going to test this out right now, and by pulling in parts of our first code where we actually created the address object itself. Oh, this is going to be so ugly. This script is just going to be embarrassing bad, but that's going to be okay. So let me see here. What we need to do is we're going to create a new address object name. We're going to call this method man, and we're going to make it .3. And I'm going to update this as well from Ghostface to method man. The URL. So let's be very specific on this. The address object URL is this. And then when we come down here, we're going to say the address group URL is that. They vary slightly. Addresses only is at the addresses endpoint, whereas address groups is at the address groups endpoint. And obviously the parameter is going to be different that you pass into it. One's going to be the name of the group, one's going to be the name of the object. So we're going to call this one the address object payload. The headers, I'm going to go ahead and just remove this. And let's update this to say address object URL. The headers, oh shoot, let's grab their headers. Okay, and let's move that to the top. Okay, so address object URL, whoa, where'd we go? Address object payload, verify equals false. Okay, so if we had to break this down, we're gonna say first create the new address object, right? And then down here, we're gonna say now update the address group. Okay, looking good so far. Address group URL, address group entries. We need to update this right there. The response dictionary. Okay, now here's the deal. I need to have this is where this is going to be a problem, because I need to have this name right here. I need to have this because I need that to be inserted right here. And I don't want it to be statically typed. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to break out of this little JSON dumps right here. And we're just going to create a new, we'll call it new address object. And it's going to be equal to this, but passing it as a Python dictionary. And then at name method man, and then the JSON dumps is going to dump that object. by doing this approach, I should be able to dig into this address object and grab the name out. So that will be important down here when we want to add in new address object entry and oops, at name. What don't you like? Oh, is it this right here? Address name. Do I got one too many? Okay. I think this will work. Again, just trying to clean this up a little bit. It's pretty chaotic, if I'm being honest with ourselves. Comment this out. But again, we've got a script that's going to execute a couple of different steps. I think 3 different steps. Step 1, we're going to create the new address object. And then step 2, we're going to get a list of the existing entries within our address object group. And we're going to store that as a list object. And then step 3, we're going to actually update the address group with our new address object. All right, let's see if this works. Oh, the URL needs to change. I changed some of the names of our objects, so we just got to make sure that gets updated. There we go. Okay. My intended result at the end of this is that we will have a new object called MethodMan created, and it will be appended to the end of the address object group. That is my intention. Python update address object. Let's see. Okay. We only got warnings. We didn't print any of the results to the console. So let's come back over to here. Let's first see if the MethodMan address object was created. And it was. Wonderful. Let's see if it was added to the address object. And it was. Terrific. So if you're doing like 1 or 2 entries in the address object group, then yeah, it's maybe not so bad of a deal to statically type them out. But you may be in a situation where there's hundreds or thousands of entries within your address object group, and you do not want to be, responsible for typing all those out inside of your Python script. So that second stage, right, where we get a list of existing, now update the address group. No, this is retrieve list of existing address group entries. Yeah. Now, honestly, this is one of the uglier things that I've written this year so far. This can be cleaned up in so many different ways, but hopefully the way that it's structured right now kind of helps enforce that workflow. If I had it my way, what I would do is I would take those 3 main workflows and I would break them into probably their own separate functions. I would have a function that would create the address object. I would have a function to retrieve in a list of existing entries in the group. And then I would have a function to actually update that group based on the name of our address object that we created in the very first step. So boom. Okay. So if you don't mind, can you show a quick demo of inspect ? From rich import inspect, then inspect address group entries all equals true. All right. So I don't play with rich very often. So this will be a good little journey in a different direction. Let's install rich. And let's add our trace back up to the top. And let's import IDP again. And let's also import rich. You're saying from rich import inspect. Okay. So let's do that here from Rich, import, inspect. Inspect is not accessed. Okay, that's fine. I think that's okay for right now. Let's just run this script. We'll use Rich from the actual Python REPL itself. All right. The weather was nice, but now I got people building a house next to me, so let me close the window. Okay. So here we are. So you're saying you want to do a inspect address group entries all equals true. All right. So surprise, we had updated that to address. Oh, there we go. Okay. You want to inspect this. All right. So we're going to say inspect address group entries all equals true. Ah, look at that. How beautiful. Oh my goodness. All right. What do we get back? Look how pretty. Oh my goodness. All right. So the class, the type object is of a class called request models.response. That's what we got back from the API. Yep. The response equals 200. Let's look at all the interesting stuff. So there's the content. We looked at that earlier. Cookies. Cool. Cookies. Is there anything good in here that I could grab? I don't really see anything that stands out, but that is pretty cool. Then we have __ dict __. So this is one of those hidden methods, and this is the value of that. Man, this is really cool. I really like this. Okay. So the port was none, port specified none, domain, blah, blah, blah. Here's our doc string. Elapsed time, nice. In microseconds, how long it took for the response to come back. Encoding UTF. History is redirect false. Yep. There's the text. So that was the first thing that we were printing out to the screen was the text. Oh, I'm sorry, this line right here. And then the URL object. And here's some of the more hidden methods. Some of these are just kind of defaults, but like delete attribute and set get attribute and those types of things. Iterates over the response data. When stream equals true is set for a request. This avoids okay. Okay, pretty cool. So yeah, here's that JSON method that we were talking about. So a function is a function until the function is attached to a class object, then it becomes a method. And so here it looks like we were using the JSON function that's attached to the method or attached to the object, returns a JSON encoded content of the response, if any. Very cool, man. Very, very cool. I like it. I could definitely see a lot of good use cases for that. All right, I'm going to remove the trace, and we've got a working script. Again, it's ugly. It needs to be cleaned up. There are better ways of structuring it, but it is an automated workflow. Okay. So, what do you guys say? Where are we at in the stream? 3 hours into the stream, going back into this, we've gotten the XML API path done. We've got the REST API endpoints done as well. I'm tempted to skip the Python SDK just because of time. And we've got Ansible up the sleeve. I want to do the SDK. I really, really do. But I think I might have to take the SDK and make it its own session, just because of we have to understand the workflow when working within the SDK. So let's do this. Let's take 5 to 10 minutes. It should be enough to let dogs poop. And let's come back and wrap up with Ansible. And if we have enough time, I'll jump into the SDK. But I honestly think the SDK is just the amount of time that was spent on these first two. I kind of feel like we need to probably punt that to a dedicated session. So I'll see you guys back in 10. Yeah. Oh, right. 8 days a week. All right. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're going to wrap this, guys, up. We're going to wrap this one up with some Ansible. We're going to move this over to Ansible. I think this is going to be a super simple part. Of all of them, I think it probably needs the least amount of trial and error. So the very first thing we want to do is make sure that we have Ansible installed. Ansible. After we have Ansible installed, we need to make sure that we also have the Python SDK installed as well. Excuse me. And let's see, let's unsave that. Let's create a new file here. We're going to call this playbook.yaml, and this will be the file that we work from. Don't care. Tell it to go away. Don't care about that either. Okay. I also need to make sure we've got pip install pan os python. There we go. And finally, we need to make sure that we have the Ansible collection installed. So Ansible Galaxy collection install Palo Alto Networks.panos. I usually get this command wrong, so I'm just kind of like cross my fingers that we got it right this time. Cool beans. All right. So with that, let's validate that Ansible is available. Ansible -- version. There we see it. Ansible 2.14.2. The things that we want to check is we want to make sure that the Ansible collections are that they installed into the right directory. So let's look at this one first. ls user share Ansible. Oh, that's not the right one. Let's look at my home directory. Let's look at this one to see if it's there. There's an Ansible folder. Let's look into that. There's Palo Alto Networks. Perfect. Okay. So again, looking at my history here, very first thing that we needed to do was install Ansible. Second thing to do was to install the Python SDK. And the third thing was to install the Ansible collection. So nothing riveting, nothing unique there, right? You'd kind of go through this order of operations with any vendor. But then I validated the path to where Ansible is going to look for the collections by typing in Ansible -- version. And then we looked in those directories to make sure that our collections are there, which is good to go. All right, the next thing I want to do is I want to create a couple files. We already created playbook.yaml. Let's create another file called ansible.config. What are you doing? What are you doing? Just created a file and my shell went crazy. Let's see, anything else? Inventory.yaml. So we'll create one, inventory.yaml. And these will be the three files that we're going to work from. The playbook's going to have all of our order of operations and the actual tasks that we're going to do. The Ansible config will tweak some of the basic parameters of Ansible to make it work for our use case. And the inventory.yaml is just going to be a simple declaration of what our inventory looks like and their IPs and host names and that type of stuff. Groupings and all those goodies. All right. Easy enough. Let's go ahead and skip to the good stuff. Let's look at Palo Alto Networks Ansible collection. And there we go. Ansible collection. So yeah, there's the steps that we pointed towards earlier. I'm going to look in the module reference and I'm looking for something for address group. I'm looking for something for address object. So we'll start with the address object first. And I skip all the documentation. I just go to the examples. I'm sure there's good docs in there, but for me, I only care about give me what I need so I can leave. Yeah. So there will be the task itself. We need to put this in the tasks folder. And I also need to create a little bit of information as to what we're doing here. So let's create a play. The name of the play will be create address object and place it in the appropriate grouping. Okay. Let's move this guy over just a little bit. There we go. To make YAML pretty happy. The hosts, we're just going to go ahead and say all. The gather facts is going to set to false. This will prevent Ansible from trying to basically do a show version for servers on our firewalls, which would not go well. We also need to set connection to be local to tell Ansible, hey, don't take this playbook, turn it into Python scripts, and then try to push it to the remote device, which is the default behavior of Ansible. It works wonders for servers. It does not work for network gears because we typically don't have a Python REPL available for us to execute on box. So connection equals local will tell Ansible, hey, you local host, you're going to do all the heavy lifting. Don't try to delegate. We also need to import the collection. So collections equals Palo Alto networks.panos. So that will import the collection that we had just installed, which has all of the modules associated with it. And I think that's it. I think that's all we need. We also need to update the provider. So let's do that. Provider needs what? What does the provider need? According to the documentation, the provider is looking for, where you at, buddy? Okay, a dictionary containing the connection details. I think this is the dictionary, and then these are the key value pairs within it. I don't think the documentation shows that clearly enough. So we'll add the API key. We already know that that's going to be the big long string. We also going to need an IP address. IP address is going to be, now this is going to be an interesting one. I'm going to set it equal to the value of Ansible underscore host. Ansible underscore host, if you haven't ever explored this, is effectively, it represents the inventory device, right? So if you don't declare it by default, it'll be like the host name, or if you do declare Ansible host in the inventory file, you can set an IP address in its place. But that's how I'm going to tell it to reference the inventory file is effectively what's happening here. I don't think I need to pass username and password because we're using an API token. I think I've run into a situation where I kind of ate mud on that, but we'll see. We'll see. And then we are going to create a new panos address object. It's going to be called... let's see, we've done Rizzo, we've done Ghostface, we've done Method Man, old dirty address object. I think you guys know, you might know what I'm talking about. And we're gonna make this 192.168.88.4/32. What's my description? Group better have my address object. I'll just leave it at that. All right. Okay. And the tag is going to be, we're going to keep on using that automation tag. Now, I think that's going to be good enough. I obviously need to pass in the API key. Let's do this. Let's create a group vars folder. So I'm saying make a group vars directory for all, and yeah, -p. So what I'm going to do inside of this, let's create a new file inside of the group vars all, and I'm going to say auth.yaml. And this is where I'm going to actually store my API key, is in this file. API key is equal to whatever it was that we had generated before. Boom, boom. There we go. Let's just copy that, move back over here, and put it right there. All right, make sure it's on one line. Okay, now all I need to do in my playbook is just reference that variable. We'll call it API key. So it helps keep my playbook nice and tight and clean. And we're gonna call this create address object, old dirty address object. Okay, there's a good start right there. This is only one task, right? So we're not updating the address group just yet, but let's see if this is going to give us any heartache. We usually run into heartache with Ansible around working within virtual environments. So let me update the Ansible config file, defaults, and I'm going to set inventory is equal to inventory.yaml. And we're going to say, oh, what is the darn thing? Interpreter, retur Python. And we're going to update that to be which Python right here. Okay. Oh, just kidding. Okay, there we go. I'm hoping that's enough. In the inventory file, let's create an all group with a children group of firewalls with the hosts set to Dallas Virtual Firewall 01. And we'll just go ahead and hard code the Ansible host here. I could set this to an IP address, so I'm just going to make it the fully qualified domain name. 1.redtail.com. I think that's right. We'll see. Okay, looks pretty good. So the fact that we're calling the host all, this points to the inventory file. It's going to look for the word all. And in my case, all sits at the top. So anything that sits underneath here is going to get executed upon. Also worth mentioning, that little group vars folder that we had created right here, I created a directory in there called all, meaning anything that sits within this group is going to inherit all the variables that are broken into separate files. So anyway, that's the way I am inheriting that object of API key from this file. It's from the group vars, and it's all these things that have to tie in together. So you have to kind of understand the overall workflow here to understand like how to maximize your efficiency with the Ansible. Let's go ahead and run this Ansible -playbook, and we'll say playbook.yaml. All right, so any problems that are going to happen, either my inventory file is structured incorrectly, my Ansible config file might be missing something of importance. Let's see, what else could go wrong? The Python interpreter, Ansible may screw up and not know, how to find my Ansible interpreter. Hopefully I set that right in the config file so we won't run into that. Let's go ahead and execute this. And it worked. One shot, one kill, everybody. Amazing. Let's go check out our new address object. Address objects. There it is. Old dirty address object. All right, now let's add it to our address group. So we got address group. We got a new member of the Wu-Tang Clan that needs to be added. It's old dirty address object. So what we'll do is we'll now reference the very next Ansible collection or Ansible module, which is panos_address_group. Okay, and again, just skip all the documentation. uh, do as I say, not as I do, I guess. Well, even in this case, it's bad. All right, so we have a choice to make, ladies and gentlemen. We need to know whether or not we are going to create a static address group or if we're working with a dynamic address group. The difference being that static entries within a static address group are things like, here's my host name, or here's the name of the address object, and here's the value, right? The stuff that we've been doing. Whereas a dynamic address group works off of tags. So it's a little bit different, but it's the dynamic address group construct. Huge value opportunity if you're really interested in really streamlining your the automation creation of these addresses for policy. Give dynamic address groups a shot. The only thing I'll just mention about it is that the entries for a dynamic address group have to happen on the firewall themselves and not Panorama. So just keep that in mind. If you are looking to go through dynamic address groups, you don't have to do commits, but you will have to make sure you're pointed at the right firewall, or else it's all for naught. All right, not too bad. Let's paste. Oh, we didn't copy. Let's copy this example here and paste it. There we are. And give it a nice little white space indentation, just like so. And let's change this description. We're going to say update group Wu-Tang with old dirty address object. All right. Let's also just copy our provider and let's override this one. The name of the group is Wu-Tang. And the static value. So we got a couple of options here. Actually, let's copy the tag. That's good. Now, static value here, it's entered as one line. That's great. Although I personally prefer to break them out into separate lines, which means that we do white spacing and we add the little dash to indicate a new entry within the list. All right, so here's my concern. I'm concerned that if I ran it just like this, we would have a very similar experience as before. And I don't know about this. I haven't tested this, but I have a feeling that what's going to happen is that at the end of the day, old dirty address object will be the only one within this group because we did not ask for the current list. We'll see. Actually, you know what? I don't think, I don't know if that's going to be the case or not, because this isn't using the REST API endpoint. This is using the PanOS SDK, which effectively is a abstraction on top of the XML API. So this might actually work. We'll see. We'll see. Let me delete the old dirty address object and let's have Ansible recreate it. Yeah, do the thing. Fire it off. Create the address object and update the group. All right, so if I click on the address objects, there it is. Let's look at the groups. So yes, it did an edit to the entries, and only the one that we have exists. So similar problem that we just ran into with excuse me, with the REST API endpoint, right? And that what you put in the playbook is what gets chosen as the final form of the address group. So we'll have to do a very similar workflow where we'll want to get the existing objects inside of Ansible and then make that appended and append this to that list. So this is where we start talking about some of the challenges with YAML, in that it's not really good at handling some complex logic. So we're going to try to do this in the most gentle way as possible, not going too far overboard with all of the whatchamacallits, method man. There we go, and Ghostface. And let's remove this guy. Oops, there we go. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and commit this. Actually, I'm gonna delete the old dirty address object. There we go. And let's go ahead and commit it so that we can do some reverts. So I'm expecting to run into some challenges here. All right. So that's going to go through. Now let's figure out, using Ansible, how can we pull the configuration of the current list of entries in the address object, store that as an object, and then append our new object's name to that list, and then throw that into this task right here. All right. So let's take a look. I've never done this before. Should be chaotic. There will be problems. All right. Let me see. Let me look at this one first here. I think state equals gathered. So let me look at state. State. Usually with state, and I didn't declare it here in the playbook, but usually you have just a couple of options when you look at state inside of an Ansible module. State equals present means that the object should be present on the remote device. So it will create it if it doesn't exist, and if it already exists, it'll just skip over it. State equals absent usually, almost always means, remove this object from the device, right? So if the object exists on the remote device and you run state equals absent, Ansible will remove that object from the configuration. If you say state absent and the object doesn't exist, Ansible will just skip over it because it'll be like, hey, you're telling me to delete it, but it doesn't exist, so I don't care. Now, what's interesting here is it looks like we've created a few more options. State replaced, state merged, state deleted, and state gathered. Let's dig into the source code. Let's figure this out. What are those things actually doing? Let's try to make some heads or tails in this. Let's go into the... Ooh, what's going on here? There we go. Let's look at PanOS Ansible. And let's look in plugins and modules. And we're looking at the address group. So that's this one. Again, if you haven't ever seen this before, if you've used Ansible, you may have not known that when you call an Ansible module like PanOS _ address _ object or PanOS _ address _ group, that is literally the name of a Python script at the end of the day. Like, it is 100% a Python script, and you are calling it by its name. So if you ever want to investigate how a module actually works and try to pull back the layers of the onion, you already know the name of the module. Just go to the GitHub repo for the Ansible collection and find the script with that name. It's usually going to be in a folder called plugins/modules. So that's exactly what we're going to do now. We're going to dig into this guy and figure out what makes it tick. All right. Okay. I already see it's got some smart people's name on the commit history. So hello guys, good to see y'all. There's Bob, there's Garfield, and Frederick. I haven't met Frederick, but these two guys are absolute stud muffins over here at Palo Alto. Now let's dig into the documentation. Now, some of you that have been watching the development of my own Ansible collection for Prisma have kind of already seen a lot of, the behind the scenes work of going and building these modules. But there's always a documentation section. There's an example section. Then we get to the actual nitty gritty. So here, what we're doing is the module is importing a module utility called PanOS. So let's duplicate this tab. Let's go look at that module utilities. So in the plugins folder, under module utilities, there's the PanOS, right? So this literally tells you the path to find the script. So we're importing PanOS. Specifically, we're importing one function here called get connection. let's look at get connection. Oh, more smart people. Let's just control F this thing, get underscore connection. There we go. There's our function. So this module, again, will now import this function from the module utilities. And as you can see, there's a bunch of things that get passed into it. But this is effectively the helper object to help interact with the device using Python. So that's effectively getting pulled in here. Then we've got this helper object that's being created based on the get connection, right? So we're passing in, let's see, some of the attributes, gather, filter, no, with commit true. Okay, so we're passing in some additional attributes into the function here, and the result is this object called helper that will help us interact with the device. All right, then we've got module, and now we're calling it the Ansible module that it was passed in through the YAML file, and we're setting it equal to the spec. Okay, blah, blah, blah. This doesn't tell me okay, so this module, pretty light, pretty thin, not a whole lot going on within the module. It tells me that all the actual heavy lifting is taking place within this get connection. Now, what are we looking for specifically? I'm looking for gathered, the state equals gathered. So let me just make sure here, state equals gathered, with gathered filter equals true. Okay, let's do the same search over in our connection here. State gathered. Okay, so state here are so this is like the API spec that tells you what types of attributes can be passed into an Ansible module. So usually, again, with state, it's like it's present and it's absent. But in this case, you can see there are some additional ones that are being added here. So let's just kind of keep going through here with gathered filter. Get required call, gathered filter. With gathered filter in spec, raise key error. Can I add gathered filter with? Okay, that's for the gathered filter. I don't think that's what we want. We want to see just gathered. Supported states. All right. If listing is none, if module parameters get state equals none is equal to gathered, and module parameters gathered filter is none. Okay, I think this is the thing that we're looking for right here. Yes, it is. Okay, so let's kind of pump this up just a little bit. Without doing any homework on the beforehand, let me just kind of walk through this. So we're saying if the state of the if in here we type in like state equals present, state equals absent, or in this case, state equals gathered, and module parameters gathered filter equals none, then this little snippet will run. So it will do a refresh all on the object and add false. Okay, so listing ultimately becomes the current configuration of the remote device, and I'm assuming listing gets returned back to the module. So this is effectively, if I'm reading this right, let me look at the return. So if this, then do that. I'm gonna breeze over some of this because it's kind of SDK specific, but yeah, I think this is right here. I'm trying to see what's the return value, because what I'm thinking what's happening is that state equals gathered is actually going to gather the configuration for the object and return that to you, which would be amazing if that's the case. I want to see the return though. Module fail. Where's the module fail? Okay, that's object ID, UUID. Okay, nice. But I don't see it being returned. If listing is none. Okay, I'm sure it's in here. I'm just not going to bore everybody to tears looking for it. Let's give it a spin. Let's look at the address object group. Just going to copy this and paste it right here. We're going to flag state equals gathered. All right. State equals present is the default. That's why we didn't need to declare it up here. Sure. I don't know if I need those. Let me remove all of this. Let me see if this is good enough. We're going to register this output as a new object called current. No, we're just going to call it address group. Yeah, we're just going to call it address group. And then we're going to print the output of that to the screen. So name, we're just going to say print address group to screen. It's a poor man's print statement. Debug message. We're going to say address group. And we're just going to run it like that. We're going to comment out the update because I don't want it to actually update anything right now. We're just going to, and we're also going to update or comment out the address object. So we're just going to run this task right here, which will grab the current, let's see, grab current config of Wu-Tang address group. And then we're going to print that contents to the screen. You can also use debug message var and not pass in the double curly braces. This will work. I like to use message because sometimes I like to say this is the output of address group, right? And then I'll do something like this, right? So if you ever want to add additional context to your message, then using message is better than var in my perception. Okay, let's run this bad boy. Let's see what's going on. Ansible playbook, playbook.yaml. Let's pump up the screen and let's see what happens here. Okay, so we got some red nasties on the screen, and that's because I don't know how to spell. So it says this task includes an option with an undefined variable. The error was address group is undefined, and they're totally right. It's because address group is supposed to have 2 S's. There we go. So let's clear the screen and run that one again. Oh, look at that. Ladies and gentlemen, look at that. Is that not the prettiest thing you've seen all day? I'm talking about like the output, not me. Like that is absolutely stunning. Oh, it's going to make our lives so much easier. Okay, so here's what we need to do. We need to now get the gathered static value, and we need to append our newly created object of old dirty address object. It needs to be appended to this list. So I'm trying to think of a really clever way of doing this in YAML. Again, YAML's not really good at handling like some of these logical operations. There are some tricks up your sleeves that you can do. At the end of the day, this needs to be commented out, and this needs to be entered right here. I'm entering it in this fashion because this is a list object. So I don't want to make it look like this because that would be a list with a list inside of it. So I'm going to change this back to here. I need that to be, and this right here is almost good enough. I still need to dig inside of there too, because we need gathered and we need static value. I don't need all these other garbanzo beans. So we'll probably want to cut that out too. So let's do this. Let's register a new variable. Oh, let's say name, create a new variable called existing entries. All right, and we will say set fact. Now, set fact is a built-in module within Ansible that lets you set the facts, set the record straight. And actually, I mean, it lets you create a new object. And this is extremely helpful, like in this case where we want a list of the static entries and we don't want any of the other stuff. So what we'll do is we'll say set fact, and it'll be called existing entries, and it'll be equal to address objects or address group. What was the gathered? Oops. Gathered, and then static value. Static underscore value. All right. Let's see. Oh, this is going to be a problem. So my linter is telling me this is not happy, and that's because I'm wrapping this in double quotes, and then I'm asking for keys within this dictionary with double quotes. So let me just back this out with single quotes, and that should be okay. Okay, I'm also gonna temporarily keep this one disabled for right now. Let's run this debug again, but this time we'll only look at the existing entries, and what I'm hoping that we end up with is just this list of 3 entries within here. Let's run it and let's see what's going on. Okay, so we had 2 debugs. First debug printed out the entire object, which was fine. Now the next debug printed out just the entries, and that's exactly what we're looking for, right? That's perfect. That's perfect. Now what we need to do is we need to append the name of our address group to this list, and then use the list in our final tasks to update the existing entries. So I don't know how to do this. I'll be honest with you. I don't think we've ever run into this problem before. So let's ask the almighty Google. Google, show me the way. Oh, sorry. Just got caught up. I was thinking Deion Sanders was going to be in the I Am Legend sequel. I would watch that movie. Okay, we want to say Ansible how to append to a list. Now, the first thing that I think of is in Ansible, you can create these, I think they're called filter plugins or lookup filters. But the word isn't so much important what it's called, but you can effectively write your own Python script and have Ansible import that Python script to perform a specific task. Now, this is like extremely valuable in a situation like if you were running, say, like Cisco switches, and you said show BGP summary, right? It's a big blob of text, and you got to parse it all out. Let's say that you weren't able to parse it with YAML. You could write your own Python script and then feed it the output from Ansible. You can feed it into the script and get a return object back. You can get it returned structured correctly. That's my first thought of like a really good way of doing this, but I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. I don't think that filter plugins should be like your initial go-to. I think you should probably explore other options. So that's where we're at right now. Looking at Google. Show me the goodies. Oh, merge the 2 lists. Well, that seems like it's pretty intuitive. So kind of similar to what we had to do with the with using Python, where if we wanted to add something to a list, we basically had to take that something, make it a list, and then add it to the existing list. I think it's going to work for us too. Let's just see. So print existing objects to screen. All right, and then we're going to finally create my, we're going to create a new variable called desired entries. Sure. Desired entries, I guess is, I don't know why I'm having a hard time coming up with something more clever than that. But there we go, desired entries, and we're going to set it equal to existing entries plus we're gonna have to call in what is it, Joe. Oh, we didn't register that, did we? So what's a good way of doing this? I want to make this as dynamic as possible. I'll worry about the dynamic stuff in a second. Let's get this part done first, and that will be doing it manually. So I'm going to append this with a new list with an object called, what was it called? Old dirty address object. All right, we're going to add that right there. I honestly don't know if that's going to work. We'll see. If it does, then we'll be in a really good spot. Okay, it did not look like it worked. That looked like it was a literal concatenation of the two, and that's not what I'm looking for at all. So, maybe. Oh, I got to do it in the same stanza. Oh, that's. I don't know if this is gonna work. Old dirty existing entries plus old dirty address object. Do it like this. It's basically what that blog was saying. I feel like that's not. But I was wrong. You know, every time I feel like something's not going to work, I should have like a high level of confidence at that point, because I know, no, that's totally going to work. It's funny how I view the world and how incorrect my perception is. But regardless, here we are. We've got our final list. Let's go ahead and let's just make sure that the put operation works. So the actual static value is going to be desired entries, right? Which is going to be the list that has the existing entries as well as the new one. And I will just go ahead and comment out some of these debugs so that we don't get confused at what we're looking at on the screen. Okay. And we're going to need to create the address object too. Okay. So here's what I'm going to ultimately want to do. Right now, I'm statically typing in old dirty address object as a list object. This is not the way that we want to do things. What we'll ultimately want to do is find a way of grabbing or making this a dynamic variable. And then whenever we execute the playbook, we'll tell it what address object, what name it should have. Hopefully that will do the thing. Hey, thanks for the follow. JVM29. How are you? How are you? Okay, let's do the thing. And let's see if it works. Let's go back to the firewall. Okay. And let's... Okay. If I refresh this page, I've got Ghostface, I've got Method Man, I got Raekwon the Chef. So I got 3 members of the Wu-Tang Clan. In my address groups, I have a group called Wu-Tang, and I've got all 3 objects in there. We're going to add old dirty address object, and we're not just going to create the object, but we're going to also append it to this list of Wu-Tang. So let us do the thing. Okay, address object created. grabbed the config, set the variable of the existing entries, created a new variable which added old dirty address object to the existing entries, and then updated the Wu-Tang group with the desired end state. Let's refresh this page. Boom. All right. So good. So good. It's amazing how quick that this Ansible development can be. I mean, like, you can have something really, really fast. Okay, so now we got to wrap this up by passing in these variables dynamically. We don't want to always have to hard code the playbook with the name of the address object. So that would be a non-starter. So create the, create the address object. Let's go ahead and simplify this. The name will create a new variable called address object name, and then we'll create another value or another variable called Ansible underscore object underscore value. And description, we'll do the same thing with description. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, and description and description. Now, whenever I execute this playbook, I can either have these objects, these three things, address object name, address object value, address object description. I can either have them declared in my playbook, like I can type it up at the very top of my playbook. I can have it declared in my inventory file. Don't be that guy. Don't be the person that does that. Don't store your variables in your inventory file unless it's specific to the actual host, and that's not the case here. Or I could store it in the group vars folder, like we did earlier with my auth.yaml, where it had my API key and the full length thingy. Or I could create another directory called host vars and create another subdirectory that represents my specific end device, and I can stuff the objects in there. Or I can pass the objects in the command line whenever I issue Ansible. And that's the route that I'm going to go down because it's the most dynamic of all of them. All right. So with that being said, let's also add, let's update this desired entries. It needs to look like this. Man, I really hope that works. I don't know if it will. We will see if it will. I think it might. Okay. I'm laughing at myself. Like if I say that it's going to be wrong, then it'll be right. So I'm kind of tempted to lead with that. All right, so let's do this. Let's run this playbook again. I do not have these declared anywhere in my playbook. They're not set to any values. So we'll say Ansible playbook, playbook.yaml, passing the -e for extra variable. I think that's what E stands for. We'll say address object name equals, all right, so we already did old dirty address object, method man, Raekwon, and Ghostface. We'll do the RZA. I mean, you got to have the RZA in there. All right, so we'll add RZA, and then I will pass in another extra variable, -e, address object value. The RZA is going to be 192.168.88.55. All right. And then we'll pass in one last extra variable, which will be the description here. And this will be, the Abbott. I think I'm spelling that right. Now, what's going to happen is that when we execute this playbook, same order of operations, right? We're not really changing anything within the playbook except for the fact that we've removed the hard-coded elements within name, value, and description, and we're now going to pass them as command line arguments. Let's see if this works. I think Abbott's got 2 T's. Let's do 2 T's. ODB, that's right. Well, in this case, it was old dirty address object. Trying to keep it clean. All right, let's run this guy. Okay. And it says it worked. Amazing. let's come back over here. And if I refresh this, will I now have the RZA as part of this? Oh, man. Is it configured correctly? Oh, oh, it is. Okay. Now I get really excited about this because when you have your variables dynamic like this, right? When they're not statically typed, you, on one hand, you forfeit the idea of working in a infrastructure as code type of framework, because now you're effectively enabling ad hoc changes that don't represent like a codified version of your config. So you got to be able to say, all right, either we work entirely as infrastructure as code and we declare all these things statically within YAML files, which I totally prefer myself, or we support ad hoc moves and changes. Now, in this case, this individual needs the playbook if he chooses to go with Ansible in this case, because he needs it to be dynamic. So like what was ultimately taking place is there's a security tool that is detecting when a bad actor is within the environment. And he needs to have a way of updating the firewall to kick that bad actor and not allow them access within the environment. Effectively, that's kind of what's taking place. So there's an event that takes place, and he's presented with an IP address or a host name of a bad actor. He needs to pass this into a script or pass it into a playbook and have it automatically update, create the new address object if it doesn't exist, and update the address group so that that bad actor is now part of the security policy. That's the idea here. So when you have something that's like this structure, it's dynamic. I can't run this playbook if I do not pass in these variables at runtime. I mean, I can, but it's going to fail, right? It's going to tell me, look, you're trying to take care of this task and you're calling an undefined variable, which in this case, the very first one was address object name. So you have to run this playbook in an ad hoc fashion, passing in values or variables in a dynamic fashion. And this will ultimately allow you to have a single playbook that can handle any of your use cases that you got. And then after you've got it all dynamic and all whiz bang, like now you can use something like ServiceNow to create a form, or maybe you want to have an API endpoint using something like Ansible Tower or Ansible AWX or Automation Controller, whatever we're calling it these days. You have the opportunity of passing in those variables at runtime. So you have a single API endpoint. You can talk to it through HTTP. You can pass it key value pairs in the JSON body that say address object name equals this, the value equals this, the description equals this. Man, you can have like a really solid, really simple automation script to support, right? That's ultimately like kind of where I hang my hat on it. I know that Ansible may not be as powerful as, you know, just busting out the Python and getting at it with your own scripting. But from what I've seen in the customers that I've worked with, like the customer environments I've been a part of, both small teams and massive teams, the one thing that's consistent that I've noticed is like if you really want automation to be adopted wholeheartedly by the team, you've got to make it easy to consume. It's got to be easy for your team to support. They got to be able to have the knowledge to update the playbooks and kind of make their way with it. And for me, Ansible is like the premier description of something that's quick and easy to support and still give you, you know, the wide breadth of functionality here. So with that being said, I'm pretty happy where we are. We did skip one section, but let's kind of recap. We had to have some kind of Python based solution here that could dynamically create address objects and then update an existing address group with the names of our new address objects. That's the goal here. Really, really, really common task. We wanted to show you 4 different ways of achieving this, but unfortunately, the amount of bad coding on my side, the first 2, the XML API and the REST API endpoints, took like 3 hours to get through. It's my fault. Combination of bad coding, never reading documentation, and talking too much. Those 3 things combined into a 3-hour session on the first 2. But we ended up with a really cool solution using either of those, either the XML API or the REST API endpoint. We ultimately skipped to the Python SDK because honestly, one, I'm like way out of breath. I don't know if I can maintain this. And honestly, like the PanOS SDK honestly deserves probably a couple of different sessions just dedicated to it, so you can understand the workflow. You understand how to connect to a Panorama versus to a PanOS firewall. So that in itself, it really needs its own session. And then we jumped into Ansible, and man, I think we had Ansible like up and running in just like seconds. Like, okay, that's an exaggeration, but like within just a few minutes, we had a working solution with Ansible. Which, when you compare it to the other 2 that took roughly an hour and a half each, yeah, kind of lean on this side as being my preferred way forward. But I think that's it for now. What I'm gonna do is I should probably update this. Let me just say this will be my secret API key was here. All right, and let's kind of structure this a little bit better. Let's create a new folder called Ansible, and we'll stuff all the Ansible stuff in it like this. And then we'll create another folder. Oh, create group vars too. There we go. All right. Yeah, there we go. All right. And then we'll create another folder called Python. And we'll just go ahead and dump these scripts inside of there. And we'll upload this to our GitHub repo. Now, honestly, again, like, guys, don't judge me. The Python scripts are really like basic MVP, and are not really meant for production. They need to be cleaned up. Oh, new host. I forgot to set up Git. So let's do Git. Global default branch will be called main. The global user.name equals, oh heavens, pan office hours, and the user email is going to be pan office hours at proton. What we'll do is we'll upload this to our our GitHub repo. Git config. I just want to validate this config was right. .l -l. Yeah, that looks pretty good. All right. So we're gonna create a Git repository, and then we'll upload this to our GitHub. And promise me, if you want to take this into production, especially the Python stuff, do your due diligence and make sure that that you've made it more production ready friendly. So address object examples. Oh man, I keep forgetting. Control-Shift-C. Control-Shift-C. Sorry for the recorded video quality on the screen capture. This is I guess we'll say this was an experiment. I'm not really happy with the way that it looks a little blurry. We'll try to get that addressed next time. Now let's add all of our files. Why is that so? Oh, I know why. That's because it's including the virtual environment. Let's do this. Let's create a new file called gitignore. And let's add .vim as the to be ignored by the virtual environment. So git add all, git commit message init, and git push. Boom. I think yeah, git push U origin main? I think. No. Git put. Oh, why am I on a master branch? What happened there? There we go. All right, so git init. And git push. Main, right? Bruh. What's going on here? Oh, I forgot to add the remote repository. Hilarious. Okay. Oh, it's not gonna like my SSH key. SSH. Oh, I don't even have one. Keygen. Type RSA bytes 4096. C for comment is going to be Linux. And let's just cat out that id rsa.pub. Let me add this to my GitHub. All right, now let's try that push again. Voila. Okay. And let's make sure everything is there. All right, there we go. So all the files are available right here at pan office hours, address underscore object underscore examples. Or you can just browse the pan office hours and click on repos and you'll see it at the top. Again, super ugly, super dirty. Please clean it up. I will try to add some documentation and examples to this. I will also try to clean some of this up because some of this doesn't even need to be here. But anyway, thanks everybody. Thanks for hanging out. It's been 4.5 hours of pleasure, I'm sure. Thanks for hanging out for so long. I've got no ideas for next week. I could go back to writing Ansible modules. If you have examples, please comment on the YouTube channel where this will be posted as soon as I end the stream. Send me your examples or send me your ideas, your questions. If I have nothing, and I mean if I got nothing, what I'll do is I'll probably start browsing the internet to find forums, probably like Reddit and the Palo Alto live community, and I'll start figuring out what people are asking questions on. We'll kind of just grab that for content. But until then, we'll see you next Friday. Enjoy your weekend, everyone. Hopefully you come back from work refreshed.